Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And welcome, 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 welcome. Hope you're all doing great. I just said the same thing twice in a row, just in different ways, bro. God damn, I'm articulate. God damn. Yo, yo. How are your analytics affected by not streaming Raid? Well, my average viewer count was higher. My average viewer count was 130. So, what's up, guys? Today is wonderful, very humid. Yeah, it's pretty humid. It's been so humid here. There should be a follow-up quest putting for you in Negtal now. I will definitely be doing that. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. With the move, are you in Central Time now? I am, yeah. So it's just after noon for me now. 12:22 p.m. Who do we got here? We got Fargaze. Great to see you, sir. Hello, Lay Weaver. A pleasure as always. Hello, Tenebrae. What's going on today? More League lore? Nah, not right now. Seems like I really need to target like the most popular League champions at this point for reacts because the lock one did not do well, which I'm surprised about because the animation is so good, but in a day it didn't even have 1,000 views. Yikes. Not good. Not good. I had a bunch of other ones slated to be put up over the next like week, but I don't think I'm going to publish them. It's not looking good. Hello, Grass. What's up, Denmaku? Saturday chill. Do a little bit of rating later, but yeah, that'll be off stream. What's up, Tag? We finally got our U-Haul pods delivered today, so we can start slowly moving things out of them. We have a bunch of family coming over to help tomorrow, so we'll get a lot of the small stuff, and then we have movers hired to come over on Monday to move things like our washer and dryer, our sectional couch, things like that. So hopefully it goes smoothly. Wish us luck. Are you watching FanFest next Saturday? Sure. Depending on the time, of course. U-Haul pods, woohoo! Damn it, I know, Beans. I know. Yo, we're doing well on Belloren, though. We're getting to phase 2. We got to phase 2 first ad set, and if we can get through that cleanly and get on to phase 2 second ad set, we'll push the boss and we'll kill it in the second intermission. We're doing really well. I really think we could kill Belloren tonight. Yeah, and then we're on to Lura. Yeah, we're gonna 4 heal it tonight. We're having to stop damage because we don't have quite enough damage to push it early, and we have too much damage as a result. So we're gonna 4 heal instead and play it a lot safer. We can go the safer route. What's up, Ishi? Hello, Zaxis. Great to see you, dude. I got your message, of course, by the way, and yeah, we'd love to have you as a guest when you're ready. Did you kill Mythic Illyria? Yeah, we did on Tuesday. Are you? Wish I could see it. I know. Have you been experiencing any of the smoke? We actually haven't. No, not where we live. Okay, so get this. I'm trying to recruit this warrior to our guild who's like a 99 mythic parsing god warrior, okay? I went to go do some Mythic Plus with them last night. They were very nice. It's nice to hang out with them and get to know them a little bit. We tried a 21 Magister's Terrace. That didn't go very well. We found a group for a 20 NPX, okay? Which I need for Resilient 20s. On the first pull, my keyboard just stopped working. My fucking everything right here, my 3, my 4, my E, R, D, F, X, and C keys all just stopped working. All of them. At the same time. Like a whole segment of my keyboard just failed. It just stopped working. I really love this keyboard, by the way. It's got really nice... It's got a nice sound. I like it. Anyway, I also just put brand new fucking key switches in this. Literally brand new gold key switches. So I'm pretty bummed about that. I might try to open it up and see if there's any soldering or something that needs to be done, if there's something disconnected, or see if I can fix it, because it's like $180 keyboard. But in the meantime, I had to go get a keyboard just from a local place, from Target, and all they had was a Huntsman. This thing is fucking tiny. This thing is fucking what the fuck is this? 60% keyboard? It doesn't even have F keys. What the fuck is that? It doesn't even have arrow keys, bro. I have to fucking function JKLI to get arrow keys. What the fuck is that? It's tiny, which is nice. It's got a small footprint, but besides that, I mean, what the fuck? So anyway, hopefully I can get that fixed. I have another keyboard in one of the pods that I can get out and use it. It's another IQNix, and I should be able to use that. Shouldn't have a problem. What the fuck did I just do? I just pressed a key combination. My fucking screen went black. Okay, I'm not doing that again. What the fuck was that? I think I might have just accidentally put my computer to sleep momentarily. That was fucking weird. What the shit, dude? Goofy ass keyboard, I know. Farewell keyboard, Invincible begins to play. Not horrific, but the key layout's a killer. Yeah, it's weird. It's all right. It's only temporary. I'm going to return it once I don't need it anymore. Computer into eternal slumber. Yeah, that was scary. Guy that forgot about Avenging Wrath complains about missing key. Take a load of this guy. I fucking love when you say that. That shit cracks me up. Take a load of this guy. Love it. Why is FanFest at 4 a.m. for me? It's on Friday, apparently. Well, what time zone are you? EST. So it's at 3 a.m. Central Time? Yeah, I won't be watching FanFest. What the fuck? Yikes. That's so late. Well, you can watch it after it's over? Well, sure. I can watch like the... Yeah. Warcraft status? What is this? My name's Jimothy. Jimothy, a raccoon with a spine issue, has become an online celebrity after being spotted in Seattle. I've never seen any other animal like it. Oh my god. Dude, that would be hilarious if they made him into a battle pet. People are so cringe. Hope he has a better time than me. As they link their raid finder queue. How about you play a tank or a healer, you fucking idiot? I had a dream this night that you made the decision to change our raid time from 3 p.m. PST to 11 a.m. and I woke up sweating. Yeah, that would not happen. Just so you know, if it shifted, it would shift 2 hours earlier, not 4. That's crazy. That's insane. That's a shig old biff. I don't know why I said that. A big old shift. Shig old biffed. Stupid. I'm not funny. That's a late to school kind of nightmare. Yeah, it is, dude. I've had that even a couple years after graduating. What's up, Psycho? Psycho Miku? What's up, First Picks? Good morning. So yeah, right as we started the 20 NPX, my keyboard stopped working, so that was very cringe. That was very cringe and painful. So then we had to abandon the key, and it was resilient as well. So we probably could have cleared it if we just kept trying. Pretty brutal. Anyway, I'm gonna go to Negtal. Dude, the keyboard is so different. It's so weird.
This area is compromised. It is vital.
So weird. My escape key is so much closer than before. I used to use my Razer Black Widow after 12 years. Very nice. I also recruited us a rogue last night. We'll find out if he's any good. And I'm in the process of trying to recruit us another mage. He sounds like he's really interested, so that's good. More melee. Well, we did just lose. We did just have Farah switch to tank, at least temporarily, so we did lose a melee, so. What's his name, the mage? Turkey Mage. I'm assuming you don't know who that is. Yo, Carno, thanks for the 20-month resub. How are you and Ariel? We're good. We're good. Finally starting to settle in a little bit. If we ever have too many ranged, I got dibs on going Windwalker. I don't think there's such a thing as too many ranged. No more Farsight? No. No. You to get used to your new background? That's different, huh? I'll have it decorated, you know, over the next week or so. Outside of the lore, the main appeal for WoW is the rating, right? Well, it depends on who you ask. For me, yeah, probably. I just think the gameplay is pretty fun. Look at this fucking guy. How about the transmog, dude? That's what it's all about right there. I don't have... How the fuck... How do I hide my UI? Oh my god. There we go. I have to use a fucking function key to hide my UI. Yo, what's up? Oh shit, look at that ass. I mean the horse. Alright, here we go. Oh, I'm walking. I'm walking. Why am I walking? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, what's happening? That's a screenshot. I'm actually taking screenshots. How do I stop walking? Oh no! Page down? Oh my god, dude. Why is there a fucking volume thing? Nah, you're done, bucko. Dude, it's a fucking problem. I don't even have a delete key. Jesus. I swear this guy got a new keyboard on purpose so he doesn't get benched again. What? On normal keyboard, it's usually numlock. Yeah, I rebound it. Bro's just strutting. Dude, I'm trying my hardest right now.
May the light protect you.
Stargrim Revelations. Arcanon Puros. It is good to have you.
One
Get a
war
10
ends,
key
the
list?
next begins.
Why are you telling me what keyboard to get? I literally I explained that I just got this because it's what they had at a local store. I was perfectly happy with my 80% keyboard. Which is 10 keyless. I appreciate the advice, though. I had a realization the other day. Since explosions of large swaths of energy in concentrated areas tear the barriers of reality, since the sudden tearing of the helmet automation released a ton of energy and solar energy, it makes sense why the veil between reality and the Shadowlands shattered. Yeah. Yeah. Can you rebuy the old keyboard? Yeah, I shouldn't fucking have to, though. I'm gonna see if I can get it to work. I might have to do a little soldering. Buy a 182 key MIDI keyboard. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what that means. See if they'll replace it for you. I can see. I bought a couple of their keyboards now. I like them. At the end of this questline, there's an RP event that tends to bug out and takes several minutes to start, and then miss the first part of dialogue only to play it after the second part. I love World of Warcraft. We have a problem, Anshara. The hologem you found revealed much about our people's time on this world, and who the Vigilants were in life. Who they were is not the problem, but rather the possessions they carried within their chassis. Possessions now in the hands of the Soul Architect, who, as far as my scouts can tell, has left Negdal. Archmage Chimera will explain in greater detail.
Remain vigilant.
Blade and spell, ready to serve the light.
What did you find in the hologem?
The Vigilant you fought with in Vilaldun was once a renowned star seer back on Argus. Few within the consulate knew the stars as well as Gursalia. According to the hologem, she mapped the Genedar's journey as they fled from the Burning Legion. Her map was a testament to the countless worlds the Genedar fled from, a reminder of those left behind.
People have the impression, for whatever reason, that, like, they just got in the Genedar and just flew straight to Argus. That is just not the case. They stopped at a ton of different worlds on their way, cataloging them and giving them names and studying the people, and they weren't, like, I would say that they weren't in a rush, but I wouldn't say they weren't in a rush, but they didn't take their... I wouldn't say... that they weren't... They took their time.
Her star chart ends with their arrival here on Negtal, or as they call it, Teloruville. Among the names included on this chart is the world of Nashabor, and like all who fled, she assumed Nashabor fell to ruin.
That's the world that the people that we found in Voidstorm are from.
Very cool.
The Nether Scent. Why would the Halhadar care about the ruins of a Draenei world? Collect technology or remnants? I wonder if the Naru needed breaks to recharge occasionally. Well, the Naru have, according to Chronicle, a goal to safeguard all life. And remember, we have that, you know, fuckface Alex Afrasiabi talking about whole worlds crystallized in the Naru's pink and gold crystals or whatever. And then we have the vision that Velen showed Anduin, where Anduin sees life forms frozen in, like, crystal. So to me, it makes me feel like the Naru were going around and probably also simultaneously tasked the Draenei with sealing living things within, like, Naru crystals to basically preserve them forever. And I believe when Anduin saw this, he saw living beings trapped in these crystals unable to die. Right? So there's like a purpose to it. They're safeguarding all life by basically like locking them in crystal stasis. Which is pretty fucked up. And then he sees a towering figure, I believe it's Archimond or maybe Kil'jaeden, come through, draw some runes on the ground, speak an incantation, and then the fucking world implodes, like shatters. So it sounds like one of the generals came through and fucked shit up. I believe that's from the Velen, a Prophet's Lesson short story. I think that's when Anduin goes to him and learns about the burden that Velen carries because of his visions. I have a video about that, actually. These Draenei really bring ruin everywhere, even if they don't intend to. It's fucked up. Why would they care about this Draenei world?
Because Teloroville is considered a ruin. And look at what they found here. If they have a map to this world, and all the worlds my kin visited before they came to Negtal, then the Halhadar will have new targets to set upon. Vigilance, technology, tombs, ruined cities. All ripe for their plunder. Do you know what they will find on Nashabor instead of abandoned ruins?
The Draenei who survived and still inhabit Nashabor, and it's not just Draenei.
Precisely. The Ethereals will find an intact colony of my kin still living on that world. Nashabor was never claimed by the Burning Legion, and those left behind by the Genedar have survived after all this time. While the Halhadar are not yet aware of this, their attacks on Azeroth prove they care little for the lives of others. The people of Nashabor are at risk. And you bring this hologem to Tulamar. She deserves to know.
The Legion will stop at nothing. Be careful.
Did she give me anything?
Anything can be a weapon with the right mindset.
If she gave me something, it doesn't say she did. You ordered a new keyboard and mouse? What the fuck? Got the itch, huh? I think she's over here, right? You know what's really cool? You guys remember how they had that she's right there. They had that I went over the cards. I don't know if you guys remember this. They have a Hearthstone expansion that's all about like cosmic exploration and all that stuff. And it was a lot to do with like Draenei going through the cosmos on their ships and like cataloging things and studying things and like seeing all sorts of crazy stuff. And like just think about all the stuff beyond the margin of the sky that we've never seen or interacted with, all the different myriad wondrous forms of life that could exist out there that we just kind of live in our own little bubble here on Azeroth. Well, on Azeroth.
Walk your own path.
I'd like to communicate with Tulamar better.
Have you any news?
It seems we're finally able to communicate thanks to this elf.
Tell her what Ymera revealed. Tulamar curses under her breath, her jaw clenched as she appears lost in thought.
Kirsalia. That's a name I haven't heard in some time. She loved to watch the stars. If she cataloged the Genedar's journey, then her maps will be meticulous with detail, and the many worlds we visited, of Nashabor, my world, my people, my brother. Ethereals may come for them, and I'm not there to protect them. May I keep this hologem? Perhaps there is more within it that I can decipher.
Sure. Tulamar activates the hologem for a moment, the runic letters illuminating her somber expression.
Let us speak.
Your efforts in Negtal have revealed much about my people's journey after Nashabur. It has also revealed another enemy that could bear down upon my people at any moment. An enemy I have no way of alerting them of. A troubling burden. Tulamar cuts herself off and looks past you. Someone's coming.
Melanora Aka.
Oh, Palasan. It's bugged. He's not saying the lines that he's supposed to say. Come on, Blizzard. What are we doing here, man? I feel like I'm one of the only, like, one of the minority who's actually still invested in this game's story, and you just can't even get your dialogue right. I'm here to offer you a chance to ensure your people, our people, don't suffer alone any longer.
Let me guess, you want to bring a great golden armada to rescue my people from this threat?
No, Tulamar, but I have seen these Hal Hadar firsthand.
We found our own ways to survive when we were left behind. Why should that change now? It was the light that left us scattered to the twisting nether, Talasan.
I would be a fool to doubt you. I can only imagine the things you have done to protect your people. But I am not offering to bring the light to Nashabor.
Why are you here, then?
Come with me to Velen. Tell him about the Nether Scent. I promise he will listen, and he will act. Oh, she said, who's there? Show yourself. Commander Talasan sheds his light veil cloak and steps forward. Tulamar grits her teeth as she falls silent for a moment. Her good eye darts toward you and then back to Talashan. It's good to see you alive and well, Tulamar. Fine for you. Fine for you, not the prophet. Let us speak privately. Talasan, you're alive. You've changed.
So have you, my old friend. I preferred you without the glow.
It does make my job more difficult sometimes.
Is that why you are here skulking around unseen?
Wow, that was woefully out of order. That is painful. Jesus. That was the first half. So he wants her to actually go talk to Velen and tell him about Nashabor. I'm not offering to bring the light to Nashabor. So she knew him before he became Lightforged. Any BlizzCon predictions? I think that it's mostly going to be 12.2. Obviously, Classic Plus. 12.2. It depends on really where things go with Ulatech, but I would like to go down into the ley lines, maybe down to the Manifold or something. Get our first look at the Manifold. 13.0 trailer, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, guys. Why would they show that? Why would they show that? 13.0 trailer will not happen at BlizzCon. It's not gonna happen. First BlizzCon since years. There's a BlizzCon in 2024, 2 years ago, first of all. And that doesn't mean that they're just gonna do a Last Titan teaser. Or trailer. They could do a teaser trailer, but you're not gonna get a full-blown trailer. That's not gonna happen. They're not gonna do a full-blown trailer when we would be around the launch date for 12.2. It doesn't make any sense. Or not around the launch date. Around the launch date of 12.1 going into 12.2. 2023, right? Was it 2023? It was November 2023. Sorry, I thought 2024. It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. Going off of the 18-month release cadence, The Last Titan should come out literally right around BlizzCon of next year. I highly doubt that they will drop a trailer a year ahead of time. I don't think that's going to happen. And we've had BlizzCons for .2 patches before. We could get Shadowlands Remix. That could happen. BFA Remix. At least in my opinion.
This area
Okay,
is
well,
compromised.
it's a good thing that the chatters are asking what my predictions are. But, like, I really do not think that that's going to happen. Could be at the end of the trailer, the Red Star vanishes to begin the groundwork for 13.0. Nobody has to buy 12.2. 13.0 is a flagship product, on the other hand. I don't understand what that means. I do think they'll have a teaser. Yeah, maybe a teaser, but that's not what's being said. If you think they're going to drop a full-blown trailer like what they did with The War Within or Midnight, that I almost assure you that is not going to happen. They could do some kind of teaser. With how Microsoft is operating, I think they'll want to appease. Okay, well, from a business standpoint, I think that's a horrible idea. I really don't think that's going to happen. You can think whatever you want, but I don't think that you're correct. I don't know what the fuck Microsoft are doing at the moment, to be honest. To be fair, nor do I. Some foreshadowing to let us begin speculating at most. You mean like Chris Metzen going on the stage on BlizzCon and saying there's a grand conspiracy and the Titans will return to Ulduar? Like, what the fuck else do we need? Subnautica 3 is coming out. Here's the Subnautica 4 trailer. I just think that like, when did they drop the Midnight trailer? That wasn't at a BlizzCon. Why can't they just do? Wasn't that a Gamescom or something? Like, what? Like, just look how Bethesda came out in a tweet saying everything coming and working on. Bro, they announced The Last Titan 3 years ago. Like, we've known. Gamescom gonna be around 12.1 launch. Gamescom could be 12.2, I guess. They could show it. I mean, it'd be kind of early, I feel like. Midnight announcement at Gamescom was a disaster, but I agree they won't do a full trailer this early. I don't disagree with that. Why the fuck are we comparing to Bethesda that hasn't released a game in over 6 years now? I don't know. When is BlizzCon? It's in September. A couple months. 12.1 will be out for 3 to 4 weeks by the time of BlizzCon this year. That's why I think it's going to be 12.2. And again, we've had patch content be the major focus before. And I don't recall, not saying it didn't happen, but I don't recall them like teasing BFA or anything like that for patch 7.2 at BlizzCon. I don't recall them doing that. I don't think that it's like, again, it's like, I do agree that it is kind of in the same vein as like teasing your new, like, I'm going to use an analogy, teasing like your new car, like your 2024 model or 2026 model. And then at the same time, like a month later being like, by the way, here's the 2027. You know what I mean? I feel like it's too much overlap. From a business perspective, I don't think that makes sense. It seems... I don't think they normally do that. They haven't, but they also hadn't announced 3 expansions preemptively before. Yeah, but one of those things has no indication of being informative of the other. So what about WoW are you excited for at BlizzCon? 12.2. You don't play Classic, and that sounds like the only big thing. 12.2 reveal will be the same vibe from the comfort of home. I mean, I really enjoyed the 7.2 reveal at BlizzCon. I'm just saying, you guys, temper your expectations. That's all I'm trying to say, man. If you guys are expecting some kind of big TLT teaser or trailer, you really need to temper your expectations because there's a very good chance that that's not going to happen. I'm just telling you. I'd be fine if it did. I wouldn't be like, oh, why the fuck are they doing this? It wouldn't be like that. I'm just saying for those that like think that's gonna happen, you just, I really don't think it's likely. No, why not? I've been to BlizzCon 4 times. And I've been there for major expansion announcements, and I've been there for patch content announcements, and I have followed through this for the last 10 years, and I just don't think that they would do that. I just don't think that they would do that based on the what I've seen them do before. I just don't think so. Why not like a 50-second teaser? I just wouldn't get your hopes up, dude. I think that the final major patch, they'll have a big focus on that. Okay, I trust you. It's a shame. I wanted to see Northrend rework. They even if they gave you a teaser for TLT, they are most certainly not showing you a fucking thing from Northrend. There is no chance. Literally negative chance of that happening. There's no way. And if it happens, I'll eat my fucking words. But there's no way that happens. Not gonna happen. Now again, I'm excited about patch content. I mean, again, for me, if it's not an expansion announcement BlizzCon, which it's probably not going to be because it doesn't make any sense, you don't go to BlizzCon. Like, even if they're gonna announce like a major patch, I don't go to BlizzCon because it's like the exclusive way to get the new like launch information. Like, you go for the experience. You go to like meet people. You go to like see the art gallery. You go for like the coming together of all of these fans of the Blizzard IPs that exist, right? Like that's why you go. If it's just about what you're gonna see on the screen, you just shouldn't go to BlizzCon ever. It's just like, it's just not like, that's not really, I don't really think that's the reason to go. But it depends on what you like. You know, if you're like super excited for Classic Plus or maybe some potential StarCraft news or something, then like maybe it's extra worth. And when there is an expansion announcement, it's pretty exciting. But the nice thing about BlizzCon is that, and accurately so, you can predict whether or not it's going to be an expansion like release BlizzCon or not, at least historically. And based on the information that we have right now, it is not going to be. So there should be no expectation for anyone going to BlizzCon that there will be TLT trailers or anything like that. Revamped Northrend will likely be 2028. No, it will be 2027. Based on an 18-month release cadence, The Last Titan should come out roughly around late August, early September of next year, which is right around BlizzCon. So no, 2027. Like going to a concert, you'd still want the band to play their #1 song, and it wouldn't be Cope. I mean, I've been to a lot of concerts, and a lot of times the band does not play their #1 song. I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying, it's the comparison doesn't check out for me. It's not a band, and it's not a #1 hit song that's been out for their most popular song for 10 years or whatever. It's just like it's not really like the comparison for me doesn't really like doesn't mean anything. I did Half Hero. I just finished it. Very interesting stuff. I really want to learn more about colonies and other worlds. On that note, have they said who will be performing at BlizzCon? I want to say they may have L.E. Seraphim. It's K-pop. I'm gonna let you know right now, that's not gonna go well. Les Seraphim. That's not gonna go well. It's probably already not going well. They already collabed with Overwatch twice. I know. But if we're talking the Warcraft community, guys, I'm just going to tell you right now, there's going to be a ton of videos talking shit about this. There's going to be a ton of videos talking shit about this. Who cares? Fuck them. I mean, whatever. If you like music, then you like music. Who gives a fuck what these people think? But I'm just telling you right now, it's going to be made in a drama. It's going to happen. No, they're playing that weeb music, dude. It's gonna be the FFXIV woke people who have infiltrated WoW, ruining BlizzCon. And it's gonna be a bunch of chuds that have never been to BlizzCon complaining about it. Medicine just watched Zax's video and is reworking the whole lore right now. They definitely won't have time to make the new trailer with a new lore in 1 month. Warcraft of Legends announced trailer. Yo, a Shrexpert, thanks for the sub over on YouTube, by the way, man. K-pop is the best. What do you mean? I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. I don't know if you comprehend this, but like, there's this potentially minority, extremely outspoken, like, part of the Warcraft community that hates literally everything, especially anything outside of their particular interests. So, like, K-pop is going to be one of those things. They're going to complain that it wasn't like Black Sabbath or something. They're going to be like, this is new woke Blizzard. Soft woke Blizzard with their K-pop. It's not about whether or not you like it. It's about understanding how what the court of public opinion is going to do. At least the people who are vocal and feel like their opinions matter. Hates Disney, hates K-pop, hates retail, hates no-elf harems, and so on. Shut the fuck up. Some people find excuses to be upset. Guys, I'm not saying that I agree with them. I'm just saying people are going to be bitching about it. So just be aware of that. Why did you resurrect Ozzy? Blizzard hates their fans. Asmon will like it 100%. You're trolling. Asmon will pander to whatever his audience says. If his audience is saying spamming L's, then he will react in kind. The Seraphim was the ending act in 2023 too. I heard nothing about it. All right, well, I'll just go fuck myself. Don't ask me to predict or give opinions on anything ever again. I'm tired of it. I'm over it. I predict Zal will have sex with me. Whoa. 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 You gotta chill. You gotta chill. Remember how that one time we debated about how elote is the best version of corn? Next time, just be a good light boy and tell us the future, not endless predictions. You're saying I'm too much like the void? I like K-pop well enough, but I struggle ethically to support most of those bands. I don't know what that means. Like, I have no context for what, why, for what, you know. I don't know what that means. I was thinking Nashobor will be 12-1-7 zone at least, if not an entire expansion material. Yeah, I've given up on planets being entire expansions. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you, dog. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think that new world expansions are probably a thing. I don't think that's. I don't know. I've lost hope in that. Argus was a patch. Koresh was a patch. Fucking this shit. Negtal and Val patches. You know, Warlords of Draenor was the last one, but it's really just their labels just treat them pretty poorly in most cases. Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty big issue in the music industry across the board. So it's not that you don't want to support the band, it's that you don't want to support the label. Look, guys, you look forward to whatever you want to about BlizzCon, but if it doesn't happen, you know, don't come complaining to me, because I'm just going to say that I told you so. And if it does happen and you want to come brag to me about it and rub it in my face, well, then that's fine. I'll just ban you. No, but seriously. Back in that phase. If you had control over Blizzard, what your dream expansion would you create? Well, The Last Titan. I mean, where we finally address the Titan conspiracy and learn about Anshe and Musha. And, like, the whole thing comes together. I mean, yeah, it's... I won't be complaining, but it's better to stay excited until I go. Yeah, look, I'm not trying to, like, fucking, you know, crap in your cornflakes or piss in your cornflakes or, like, you know, ruin the excitement. I'm just saying, you know. I guess it's easy for me because I'm just excited about, I just like going. I just think the experience is fun, you know. I'm excited to meet you, have a drink with you, and, you know, meet people and see what announcements are up, even for things that I don't play. Like, it's still cool to be there for the announcements. I like sharing in the excitement of people about Classic, even if I don't play it. And, like, so for me, there's a lot, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff to be excited about regardless of that. So I guess for me, it's easy to just be like, yeah, don't get your hopes up too much, because I'm gonna have a good time either way. So but yeah, I know some people are looking for some more specific things. Did you know cornflakes were made at a failed attempt to lower libido? That sounds like some horseshit conspiracy theory. I did not know that. Kellogg was nuts. Are you guys aren't fucking with me? That was Kellogg's idea. Why would he want to do that? That's insane.
Now that should balance the scales. Good work.
I would like to play an expansion about the primordial Azeroth before the sundering of Kalimdor. That'd be cool. I mean, I'd want to go even more primordial than that. I would want to see, like, ancient, if there was any ancient, like, elemental civilizations or anything like that, you know? I would love to see, like, pre Wrath of the Titan Forged and all that, dude. Let me see, you know, let me see the Yongal in their you know, early days. Let me see all the primordial races. That'd be pretty sick. I would dig primordial Azeroth. I could fuck with that. Being able to play some of the bestial races like Quillborn and Furbolg and Trogs and kobolds and all that stuff. That'd be very cool. Wait, I don't have a fucking tilde key on this keyboard without pressing function? This is a problem. This is a fucking problem. This is a serious problem. Oh my goodness. I did not think this through, dude. I did not think this through. This is a problem. What problem? I have no tilde on my keyboard if I don't press function, and that's one of my main keybinds for my cooldowns. Use both keyboards. I'm gonna dump this water out. We just got this new refrigerator, and I already ran a gallon of water through it. But my water bottle smells like the inside of the fridge, which smells like plastic. Not a big fan of that. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Use the Windows Virtual Key keyboard. It has all the buttons. Our fridge filter says to run 3 gallons through new filters. Maybe I should read what the filter says. That's just what the guy who installed it said. Maybe 1 gallon's not enough, though. Doesn't taste like it's enough. I'm gonna run more water through it. My water tasted like the smell of a new fridge. It smelled like plastic and stuff. The water out of that is better. Oh, I didn't see anything like that. It's probably like charcoal from the filter, I'd imagine. Yeah, it tastes like plastic, so I might run more through it. But that water seems okay. I just poured some of that in my bottle and it seems fine. No, it doesn't smell. I think fridges that have an ice dispenser are an American thing. We don't really have them here. At least I've never seen one. You don't have like GEs and LG and fucking Frigidaire and like Whirlpool and like Samsung. You don't have that in the UK or wherever the fuck you're from. You can buy them in the EU and UK. They're just a bit expensive. I mean, they're not cheap here either. In EU, we don't have ACs. Yeah, don't you have like some kind of law against that or something? Some laws there? Depending on the country. That's just a lie. We're not allowed a cool air license. We do have AC. That's a dumb lie. I think it's mostly a moral stigma. That's a new propaganda myth that EU doesn't have AC. Hell
Our
yeah.
enemies are ever relentless. Deal with this threat and act swiftly.
The government in the UK was looking at banning some higher power ACs. That's what I heard about. They won't approve that, but you can have a mini data center strapped to your house. Maybe I'm just too poor and like dishwashers and shit are out of the budget. Damn. It's kind of like standard where I live that like a place comes with a dishwasher and like a refrigerator. Not all of them have water, but it's pretty common. Can we stop talking about Europe as of one? Yeah, as soon as you guys stop talking about the United States, it's like it's one thing. You know, we do have 50 states, each with some different laws. I don't know if you knew, if you knew that. Nah, people are just saying EU, you know, in general. Because everyone isn't from the same country. I didn't have a dishwasher for a decade and can never go back. A dishwasher can be very nice or a pain in the fucking ass. Some dishwashers don't work very well. Yes, I knew that. Education is free in Europe. Yeah, it's that paid American education that led me to not understanding that EU is not a country. Ah, damn. If only I knew that. If only I had that free European education, I would have known that. Maybe next time. Better luck in the next life. Next time. This is what you get for throwing our tea in the sea. It's your fault, Pyro. That's a good start. The first fucking U-Haul container that Ariel opened, she's already finding broken shit. That's great. You broke it? Never mind, she opened the door and it fell out. You heard it here first. It's all her fault. Lamau. I might go throw a barrel of tea in the ocean right now. The U.S. is like 50 countries in a trench coat. A lot of our states are bigger than European countries, I'm pretty sure. I mean, if you have to look at your budget and monthly expenses and don't want to get scared, it's just better to straight up wash your own dishes because of utility bills. That's not necessarily true. In fact, hand washing your dishes can oftentimes lead to higher water usage than allowing your dishwasher to do it. So you might want to look into that. User. And trust me, I still look at my utility bills and get scared, but it's not the water that I'm concerned about, it's the electricity bill. That's the one that gets me, dude. That's the one. And phone bills, dude. Phone bills are absurd. My phone bill was for 2 phones. It's actually not that bad. It's like $120 a month. Shit is fucking stupid. But for 2 people, though, it kind of seems insane to me. Heating in winter nukes me. Yeah, for us, it's AC. Because our heating is typically gas, and natural gas is pretty cheap. If you have to do electric heating, it's fucking expensive. In my apartment, my monthly bills are fixed, so I just hand wash as I can get it done easily with minimal water expenditure. Yeah, but again, using a dishwasher can use less water. So if you're not saving any money, you might actually be using more water by hand washing dishes. But, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm surprised that you live in an apartment that does that and it doesn't have a dishwasher. But I guess it depends on where you live. What's up, Zalius? Thanks for the 2-year resub, dog. What's good? Saw it. Saw it. I need to kill one more Crypt Raider. I pay like $90 for 5 phones. Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy. What company?
Take a moment for respite. Our enemies have not been
I'm with
broken
Verizon,
yet.
but I'm thinking about switching. I don't think the service out here is as good. It's in Denmark, so... Oh, right. So you only have like 50 square miles that you have to cover with a phone signal. Right. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Yeah, I wouldn't know it, though. I got Wi-Fi that'll cover that much ground. No, it's actually a burden that our country's so fucking gigantic sometimes, man. Like, I mean, we just had to move across the country. It was 2,000 fucking miles. If I drove 2,000 miles in Europe, I'd cross through like 10 fucking countries. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. I drive through 10 countries, come across 15 different languages, and be accosted by multiple militaries. I think you'd be in Russia. Our rail is a fucking mess too. Well, it's partly because it goes all over the goddamn place. It's fucking the mileage, the amount of miles on tracks is just like actually insane. Big P, any BlizzCon predictions? Full-blown Last Titan reveal, full-length 3-minute trailer, deep dive Northrend, 2 new classes, Tinkerer and Rune Master, Illidan and Sargeras, Soul Fusion, with added bonus sex scene. Okay? All of it, dude. Chris Metzen on stage for every panel. Signed merch for everyone. $100 gift card for all attendees. And a keychain. Hell yeah. And 1,000 traders tendies. And a new $90 mount. And a new $90 store mount. On the 13th day of Christmas, Blizzard gave to me a $30 race change.
Energy output, but there's
Love it. Does Illidan become big or does Sargeras become small? Whatever fits best for your fantasy, you know what I'm saying? New race snakes, dude. New race Sethrak, Quillbore, Ethereals, Apexis Arakoa, Ogres, Mach Nathal, okay? Highborn, Naga, alright? Dryads, okay? Quillbore, okay? Tuskar, okay? This fucking bitch polymorphed me. Murlocs? N'Zoth? Yeah? You want to play as N'Zoth? Good. You can do that. Yeah, and it's all coming to Xbox for the low, low price of $49.99 a week. Hell yeah, dude. In the next expansion, you can play Sylvanas' leather chaps. Y'all know what I'm going to be maining. New main. Easy reroll. Bottom. Thigh elves. I thought I said highborn. The fucking thighborn, dude? Also, if the Highborn were like more magically infused and different than the Kaldori, is it safe to assume that they were infused with more arcane or order magic, and that's why they're more blue? And the Nightborn or the Kaldori might even have a little bit more in the way of like shadow, hence why they're purple and are like called night elves and stuff, maybe. And at the time, though, it sounds like Kalimdor existed in perpetual twilight, which was also strange because it makes it sound like there was no sun and moon, or at least no sun. It was very weird. That's what Kalimdor means, land of eternal starlight. It's weird. Land of eternal starlight. I thought it was because they had an asphyxiation kink. No, they actually just have an addiction to eating silver metal. They're actually the progenitors of silver scrapes. I used to be into thigh elves until I found out they came from the Heronir. Is that racist? Is that racist? He said probably. New faction, Titan. No cross-faction play. Raids are now PvP and Titan players are the bosses. Yo, I'd play Sargeras every day. Ariel is bringing things in from these pods already. Oh my god. Oh my god. I would like that. Thank you so much, love. Very thoughtful of you. Yeah. Oh, that's warm. Well, that's nice. That's like a good thing right now. That's dusty. Wouldn't Sargeras gameplay just be you in a box versus Illidan? If anyone thinks Sargeras is fighting Illidan, they are either woefully underestimating Sargeras' power, or I am woefully underestimating Illidan's power.
Take a moment for respite. Our enemies have not been broken yet.
No, those aren't even the only two options, but it sounded good to me in my head when I thought about it. Warcraft 4 and Titan's Ordering campaign back in time would go hard. Fuck yeah, it would. Fuck yeah, it would. You'll hear no qualms from me about that. That'd be fucking sick. Get to play during the Wrath of the Titanforge. Bro, imagine getting to... Dude, you get to, like, build a Titanforge army and go against the Black Empire. I would fucking... I'd fucking blow loads, dude. That'd be crazy. You get to play the Black Empire, the Titan Forged, all that shit, dude. Dude, you get to play the Apexis Arakoa, and you get to fight against fucking whoever they fought against. Each other. You get to play the Primals and the Breakers. Oh, yeah. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Oh my god, dude. I wouldn't be able to stand up while streaming that.
I didn't seek this life.
I didn't choose this life. This life chose me.
I survive.
Oh, I got a commander's emblem from that. Diabolical as always. Wait, it's a myth cloak. I can catalyze that.
Be careful not to have too
I
much fun
can
without
catalyze that, which is very important.
I do my duty.
Which is very important because I think the last thing I need for the full Myth Transmog set is a cloak. And then if I do that, then I unlock all of the other sets below it! I have become all-powerful! Bow before my Transmog might! Load screen. Load screen. Drinking early? No. No. I'm just drinking water. Is a man not allowed to have a good day anymore? Huh? Is your boy just not allowed to have a good day? Am I not allowed to be in a good mood? What is the charge? Enjoying a succulent bottle of water? Silver Moon lag. Zaru been playing since Warcraft 3. It's been playing Warcraft 3. It's been a pretty good example of a vet WoW player never reading a single quest. The whole story is news to him. Yeah, I saw the clip of him figuring out that Thrall was a fucking slave raised by humans, bro. His reaction to that is pretty precious, dude. It's pretty funny. Here we go. Wait. Oh yeah, it's Moggin time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Check this out. Oh yeah. Besides the thing that I'm. Oh yeah. Oh. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god. Do you guys think I can solo Mythic Feroc? What do you think? Is there a dungeon in the Emerald Dream that I can teleport to? I don't think so, right? Dude, there's so many layers to the map in this game. It's fucking crazy. Oneron Plains, though. Probably Knockhood Offensive. Do I have that one? Sure do. You can teleport to the raid? I don't think I have that. How do you do that? Would that be in my raid teleport library? I don't have that then. On a serious note, I'd like to see in TLT a lore walking or question on how the Titans are displayed in each expansion, revealing secrets and suspicions about them. Look, like, again, yeah, in all seriousness, I would like to see... I would love to go... If the Titans truly did come from different worlds, I would love to go to those worlds and find out about them. We also literally have lore, again, since vanilla, talking about the Titans creating biomass constructions on other worlds, mortal beings that are flesh and procreate and live and die, and that, you know, telling us that the Earthen are a variation of the standard subterranean being matrix, which means something at least akin to dwarves already existed on another world, and I would love to see that.
There's so much
I would love to see those places. I'd love to see the other worlds that the Titans ordered or the worlds that they came from. You know, maybe Elunaria, if that's like Eonar's prime world or whatever. Like, I would love to see stuff like that. I would love to see a primordial Azeroth. I would love to go and see Avaloran, you know, other continents on Azeroth, because Kalimdor's not the only one. I'd love to see these. Look, I'm very much about the cosmic stuff, you know? I like going to other worlds and seeing what's happened there and seeing how different cosmic powers affect them and trying to understand it on a cosmological level, like worlds bleeding into ours, like what is literally happening right here. You know? The Emerald Dream, a whole other dimension, world, whatever you know, call it, literally bleeding into Azeroth right here. I love that stuff. Happy Saturday, Nathan. I would love to go to New Worlds. Yeah, and in a meaningful way. Not just like go there for a patch, man. I hope they show us the truth behind Shadowlands. Just like Sylvanas said, they're not what it seems. Yeah, I mean, they are going to show you the truth. And Zaxxus's new video and old other videos he's made and videos that I've made, I think outline what that truth is pretty directly. The Shadowlands being ordered is not some new thing. This is a conspiracy by the Titans to control the flow of mortal souls and life in the cosmos, in a bid probably to control the Prime World Soul herself, and potentially use mortals as fuel and her as fuel for their plan. We have literally been made pawns and led along this trail where we assist them time and again, and it is very likely to turn out that like they are not on our side. Like, we're not friends. Them working with us is just a means to an end, which is accomplishing their own goal, which is a future without us in it. I remember when we confront Loken in Halls of Stone, or whatever, Halls of Lightning, whichever one it is, he says, "My master has shown me the future, and you have no place in it." He's not talking about Norganon, or he is talking about Norganon. He's not talking about Yogg-Saron. He's not saying that Yogg-Saron showed him a future that we have no place in. He's talking about Norganon. His master showed him the future. One of Norganon's known traits is foresight. Seeing the future. And when Loken was shown this, I mean, we're not supposed to be in it. We're an aberration. I mean, think about what Rygalon said.
You are nothing more than aberrations to be discarded.
Like, what? Like,
there is no realm in which you can hide.
Like, they're trying to eradicate mortals, like, and imprison them forever. We're not supposed to be part of the plan because we're unpredictable. They can't control us. And also, that future is our timeline that's preserved. It is for right now, but like Zaxxus said, there's ways to break free from it. We got to band together. We got to use the power of free will. Yeah, they got rid of that line. I don't know why they did, Zaxxus. Maybe they felt it was too much on the nose, but he said, "Mortals, I spent millennia fighting to save your kind from corruption, until at last my eyes were opened to the truth. You are the corruption, and we shall save the universe by wiping all memory of you from existence." Holy fuck. Like, how about can you not? Can you not, though? Agramar used to say that when you approached him in Antorus of Burning Throne. He doesn't say that anymore. Isn't that badass, dude? It is pretty badass. Which is, it's really interesting because it's like, maybe that really is like what Sargeras and Agramar came to the conclusion of, that like mortals were for whatever reason considered to be the source of corruption. Maybe this unpredictability that needs to be eradicated. And Sargeras just went about it in a different way. The Titans are much more meticulous, methodical, but as the Twilight Hermit identified, even the Dark Titan had a pattern to his actions. You know? And who knows, that Twilight cultist might be full of shit, but he does say, like, do you really think that Sargeras is any different from the Pantheon? Only in method, but not in goal. Inevitably, they are trying to accomplish the same thing. Sargeras is just doing it in a way that they don't agree with. So, something to stew on in terms of what's really going on here. The music of this raid is so good, by the way. This is one of the best raids ever, in my opinion. This raid is just stunningly gorgeous, dude. Blows my mind every time. I adore Amir Dracel. Even when it was current content, I loved it. Yeah, it was the first current content raid when I came back to the game. It was very good. I wasn't around when Vault or Avarice were current. I have done those raids, but I wasn't around when they were current. And I heard they were pretty good too. I think it's one of the best modern raids they've done, right up there with Mana Forge Omega. Dude, MFO was so fucking good. Narrowbar Palace was very good also. I think the only raid from the War Within that was in any capacity I would consider to be like lackluster at all was Liberation of Undermine. And I even liked that raid a lot. I thought the casino part of it was super good. Narrowbar was and the music in all of them was insane. The music in all the raids has just been killer lately. Og was insanely busted in Abertus. 20 Ogs buff 1 DK and cleared Mythic. That's insane.
There is only darkness and pain.
Okay, so... Come on. I do need to use my trinket on this stuff.
Inferno must bloom.
I also probably want to spec into single target talents because I'm in Mythic Plus right now. Honestly, I can't think of a full-on bad raid recently in modern times. Undermine is the lowest of them, but even that was still in the good range. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Yeah, Liberation of Undermine had insanely good thematics.
Reap the torment, sharp flesh. Destruction takes root. Torment spread.
Dimensius was insane. Dimensius is one of the best raid fights they've ever made. Crazy ass fight. It was like probably the most like cinematic and epic. It makes me very excited for bosses in the last Titan. It's like a very promising thing. Oh yeah, lots of transmog in here. Yeah, Crown of the Cosmos is nuts too. I came back at the end of DF. I actually look forward to running it each week because it was so cool and the fights weren't complicated. Yeah, they're designed in a way that you could understand them without a bunch of add-ons. That's when I kind of noticed the shift in raid design philosophy that like, okay, something is definitely different here.
Finally, a worthy challenge.
I couldn't do any of them. Oh. One of the most interesting things out of DF has got to be the fucking Jaredin. They're like seemingly an ancient primordial humanoid that has nothing to do with Titanforged. And their storyteller indicates that they fought against potentially like Dragonflayer Vrykul. Vrykul who rode dragons. So they fought against Titanforged, which is really interesting. And you have statues in the Emerald Dream that look quite a lot like these guys. They even have these similar kind of tattoos and swirls on them. So I really like the idea that the Jaredin, the Gnarldin, stuff like that are actually either elementally based, similar to like dragons potentially, or something that came out of the Emerald Dream originally. And could have been like maybe one of like the OG design inspirations for something like Vrykul. Something like that. These guys are really interesting. They're very old too. Did Blizzard change something in regards to previous raids, or is the power scaling really that steep? Well, I mean, this might be a legacy raid. I think that like with just old raids, they don't hit that hard. This is 2 expansions ago. They recently made DF raids legacy. Yeah, so legacy raids do like no damage to you.
Blistering skewer. Sever. Your torment begins. Your end is now.
Oh, still gives you lesser embers. I already have this on another character.
Break.
I don't play WoW. I thought it was last expansion at most. Oh no. Yeah, this is from 2 expansions ago. I could just do the skip. But I do need the transmog out of here. So, I mean, I could do, and it gives me an opportunity, it gives me an excuse to talk about the other bosses, so fuck it. Might as well, right? I get to talk about Nimue. I'm also of the opinion that Farak is still alive as the Fire Lord after consuming the Fire Lord's essence. 100%, yeah. I would totally agree.
Dream will serve as fuel for the Firelands.
Yeah, I mean, after the dialogue that you get from Ebonhorn,
Smolderon dares to claim this realm as his own?
I think it pretty strongly hints at that. Saying that Farak was like carried off by the elements. And considering Smolderon's dead, I just wonder if Farak will end up cleansed of the kind of madness brought about by the Shadow Flame, or if it'll end up corrupting the Firelands with Shadow Flame, or how that would work. But the name Firelord Farak goes pretty fucking hard. It's pretty cool.
Fire has a voracious appetite, but it pales in comparison.
Smolderon is
to
such a
the
fucking bumbling
hunger
idiot.
of Volcaros.
He's such an idiot. I notice Fire Lords don't always tend to be the most intelligent. I love how they just have elementals here, by the way, that are fire imps. How are these elementals and not demons, by the way? Imps or Grell? What? Really, what's the fucking difference? Imps are just Grell who use fell magic.
You will serve as a suitable snack.
Imps are just demonic Grell. Serpent's Fury. One of my favorite things about this patch was how I believe they used the Emerald Dream and the Firelands to show similarities in energy levels, which I think is part of why the Firelands is able to breach into the Emerald Dream the way that it does and integrate with the things that exist here, because their energy levels are compatible or very similar. Fire and spirit, life energy being on the positive end of the energy spectrum. It's kind of cool how it just like blends together like this. Whoop. Coiled Serpent
What
Idol.
have you done? Not even ash will remain when I finish with you.
He's big mad. He's gonna burn our ash to ash. Curious what other Elemental Lords have to say about the title. Why does he have Dreadlord wings? Smolderon? Yeah, it's interesting because yet again, that's a demon form that we see in the Burning Legion. We actually see them in places like Auchindoun. Second boss of Auchindoun is a demon like that. Or third boss. If you look at Warlords of Draenor, Auchindoun, Azakel, he looks a lot like Smolderon. TLT will be the Legion of modern expansions. I hope they bring back class halls. That'd be cool. Space Tauren.
The age of dreaming comes to an end.
Interesting how they call it that with like a capital A.
Seed will be the ember that burns the world.
Seed of life.
Bear witness to the purity of flame and be consumed.
Yeah, and that's Sargeras for you right there. Wants to burn the world, to purify it, and consume everything in flame. That's why he uses fire. Because he thinks it's a cleansing agent. It's like the whole reason for the crusade. It's fire cleanses, by fire be purged and all that shit. It's like the same basis of like the cleansing of old god corruption with fire. You gotta burn out the bad. The inflammation of the universe. Frozen immune system. Could be if you want to look at it that way. I better get the mount from Varrock. Gah.
I will scatter your remains across the Firelands.
Seed of life in the charred arbor.
All will be ash. Guardians, protect me.
He looks so cool, dude. The boss models from this raid are so sick. I love the fire variants of druid stuff. Some of my favorite stuff.
Including you. Flame protects
Everything
my
burns.
faithful.
Everything burns. Someone calls Cenarius. His kids are acting out again. Yeah, what the fuck else is new?
Inferno burns within me.
He almost looks like Ash. Avatar of Ash.
Bask in
Kind of sick, dude.
fire.
He burns out and becomes Ash. Smoldering suffocation.
What is born
Ashen call.
of fire can never be extinguished.
Ashen treant. Ashen tree erupts with treant erupts with explosive bark, leave behind bird ground when killed.
Are reborn in fire.
What is born of fire
He was
can
twisted
never be
beyond
extinguished.
redemption, but we will mourn him still. Thankfully, the seed of life remains unharmed. Take care, champions. The seed of life is volatile in mortal hands.
Volatile in mortal hands. What, because we change it? What is that? Why?
With the power of this seed, Amirdrasil will be defended. Varrock will not succeed.
Okay.
The other rests within a hallowed sanctum. Retrieving it will be difficult.
Okay. Okay. Gotta get the seeds of life. Tyrande! I need you! That was Xavius, to be fair. The Druid of the Flame did some interesting experiments. They were able to combine fire and light more easily in the Emerald Dream than on Azeroth. Yeah, I would assume it's because the heightened energy state of the Emerald Dream, I would think anyway, or maybe because the Emerald Dream is pumped with stasis, so it allows for greater stability when they combine elements together. Whereas like Azeroth is more volatile or, you know, more neutral, whichever route you want to take that. Singed Dream Stag. This place is fucking crazy, dude. Green dragons were doing some shit. Okay, now I have to go to the Verdant Terrace. Yeah, Nimue is definitely the most... It's funny to me because, like, it's the side bosses. It's not even the final bosses that tend to be the most interesting
Champions,
bosses.
what lies ahead is a sacred space within the Emerald Dream. Any intruder to the dream will be attacked, no matter the purity of their intentions.
This is like an absolutely no-go zone. Like, no one is allowed to come in here. If you're not from the dream, you cannot be in here. Be right back. I love getting to see Malorn in the Amir Drussil questline. Malorn was the first server I played on. Very nice. I think the first server I played on was Drakthul. Are our weekend VODs always up for non-subs? Yeah. Yeah, VODs are just open to anybody. Maybe life and fire fit so well together because fire is also kind of alive. A flame can die, kind of. They both consume to stay alive. Maybe fire is chaotic life. Fire could very well be linked to the essence or source of life, the spark of life or something like that. If you use Omretion's model that's outlined in multiversal energy dynamics and the Murmuration paradox, fire and life should be pretty similar to one another in terms of energy level. So I think they should be very compatible. God, I love the music here. It's so good for speculation videos too. There's Ozobi? What the fuck is that? That's like a named moonkin. O-Z-O-B-Y? I've never seen that before. There's fur bulgs down there too. There's furbolgs hanging out in the dream. Kinsho. Who the fuck are these moonkin? No idea what that's about. Is that a fungal giant down there? Was there one? It does, Miku. don't see a fungal giant. I think stuff in the Emerald Dream, from what we've seen, doesn't tend to include fungi. It's like all pretty trees and bushes and flowers. I think. It's almost like fungi
Your
and
presence
rot.
desecrates these
It's just like not part of it.
mortals. Well, it gives us no pleasure. Your transgression must be punished.
We're breaking the rules by coming in here. Even though they don't really want to kill us. Furbolgs love Ursoc and Ursol. Well, not just them. If you look at the world bosses for Dragonflight, there's one called Aristor. Aristor follows a strict regimen of sleeping. Farok's assault on the Emerald Dream has disturbed this cycle, rousing the Furbolg Wild God from his slumber too soon. In a sleep-deprived state, this raging wild god attacks any passers-by that attempts to wear himself out. So this right here is a Furbolg wild god. And yes, Nimue drops an item called, I believe, Amulet of Eonar's Chosen. Watch over this dream and weave order from its wild threads of life. And the description is, Nimue was placed in this verdant realm when Eonar and Freya shaped the dream. In Wellspring Temple, they enforce and protect the ordering of the Emerald Dream, weaving its wilderness into complex patterns. But what's really important about that is that the questing in the Emerald Dream takes us around and we interact with grove keepers and dryads, one of which specifically, who recognizes that although she toils in the gardens of the Emerald Dream endlessly, nothing ever changes. And so she comes to the question, like, why am I here? Like, what even is my purpose? Nothing here ever changes. What am I tending to? And so she goes crazy. She ends up joining the enemies. And that's because the Emerald Dream is held in stasis. And it's by order. This is very much hinted at by the Konzu questline, the Loa of Change, where he's trying to discover if what the fire druids, the druids of the flame, are doing is actual true change. But it's not. They're just moving it to a different form, and then it will stay like that forever on fire. It's not really change. And one of the questions that you get asked in the quiz that happens during the questline is the Moonkins can ask you what protects but also imprisons. And the correct answer to that question that they give you is stasis. Which is, in a way, I think, hinting that, like, this was done to protect the dream, keep it static, but it also imprisons everything in it. Right? Which reminds me of what the Naru may be doing to living beings on other worlds, encasing them in crystals, right? And making them unable to die. So she's weaving a matrix into the dream to weave new life into existence and punishing those who cross the emerald threads. Isn't Khonsu also an Egyptian moon god? I believe I've heard that before. This is Nimue. She also has some of the blue energy, which I assume relates to order. One could also say maybe it relates to Ardenweald, but then is Ardenweald ordered? I'm pretty sure it is. So she's got the blue motifs on her with the blue crescent moon and the blue eyes, looking like she's dominated almost, honestly. Very spiritual kind of colors. She looks like a wood construct of sorts. And with these blue speckles on her, they do almost kind of look like stars. I could see why it might remind someone of what a constellar would do, but she's rooted here. She can't go anywhere. She's like ingrained in the dream. She's like here forever, pretty sure. But it says the crescent moon is horns. It's definitely meant to look like horns. Yes. And a lot of pagan deities, spirits and stuff that were by Christianity turned into demons and literally demonized were horned gods. So a lot of like the older like spirits of the forest and stuff, they had horns. That's where like the concept of satyr and stuff like that come from. So a lot of things like that were originally like nature spirits. Chernunos and stuff like that, correct? Or Kernunos, yeah. Which is the inspiration for Cenarius, who was also a horned deity. Yeah. Absolutely. Khonsu is the ancient Egyptian god of the moon, often depicted as a young man or a falcon, and is associated with time, healing, and fertility. He was part of the Teman triad alongside Amun and Mut. His name means the traveler, reflecting the moon's journey across the night sky. So, then you have this amulet saying, watch over this dream and weave order from its wild threads of life. Amulet of Eonar's chosen. Alright, Ishisiya. The thing that's weird... First of all, there's the whole loom, magical loom, that weaves threads of energy. The concept of a continuum through the Verdant Matrix, which is kind of fucking crazy. Rapid iteration. Rapidly coming up with new changes and small alterations. It reminds me of like the weaving of fate, honestly. Creation complete is stage 2. Dream exhaust is an interesting one. Manifested dream blasts energy into several directions, inflicting nature damage in a cone. But one of the things that's the most interesting is, given that Elune is seemingly so heavily associated with the Emerald Dream, given that Eonar and Freya have clearly had interaction with the Emerald Dream, and she's the one that tells Nimue, Weaver of the Cycle, to be here, who among... I mean, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, like... really what I'm getting to like, not be evasive or trying to be overly clever about how I ask this. With all of this being the case, how come Eonar is not the one with the title Dreamweaver? Terrell, thanks for giving us up to Ishii. You know who has the title Dreamweaver? It's Norganon. This is from the Warcraft magazine. The Titans. Unfathomable to mortal minds, the truth of these great galactic beings has long been lost as whispers begat legends, and legends turned to myth. Ruling over the Titans was an elite sect known as the Pantheon. That tells you something right there. This is not all of them. These are the rulers of the Titans. That's such a good scan of it. It's because they use an upscaler to make it look this good. And it looks fucking phenomenal. Norganon the Dreamweaver. Why does he have that title? Especially considering, you know, we come here and we see in the dream all of the things in here are supposed to be associated with Eonar. Why is that? The Weaver of the Cycle here who's doing this. Dreambinder, Loom of the Great Cycle. It's weaving order into the Emerald Dream. Maybe it's Norganon's design, or maybe Norganon's really the one who was behind the placement of Nimue in the dream. Because the dream is not entirely ordered. Nor do I believe it always has been ordered in any capacity. I think this is a relatively new addition in the grand scheme of things. But see, the problem is, and you run into this in the questing, the denizens of the dream, they don't really perceive time. Think about when you fall asleep and you dream. There's no way to know how much time has passed. There's no way. There's no true perception of time passing in a dream. So these denizens of this incorporeal space, or whatever this is, they don't perceive time, like at all. It doesn't mean that there is no time, but they don't perceive it. It's meaningless. They don't know if they've been watching over the grove for an hour or a year. So who knows how long ago this happened? Who knows? I don't believe Norganon created the Emerald Dream.
Let's play.
But I do think he is involved in its ordering. I think it's really hard to look at someone with the title of Dreamweaver and not believe that he is involved with its ordering somehow. Imagine. Yeah, the timing of him right there. Boring. All right, Pip, fuck you. Little fucker. He doesn't care about that shit. I don't know if there's actually a way to tell. Or if it's always just the last one. Must always be the last one.
Joke's on you.
Turned me into a fucking duck. I said a knife, that's not a knife.
Games make no difference, trickster. My unyielding strength will break them.
So again, what does this tell you? Like, you zoom out and think of the bigger picture here. If the Emerald Dream is ordered, which we learned
Enough
after
bickering. Our
learning that
combined efforts will
what we did in
expel them from the
Shadowlands,
dream.
is it even remotely surprising that the Shadowlands is ordered? I mean, they're showing us overtly at this point that both the Shadowlands and the Emerald Dream, at least portions of them, are ordered. It should not really come as any surprise. Both the Shadowfell and the Feywild of the WoW universe are ordered. The Titans have got to many different realms. It's why Rygolon showing up in Zereth Mortis is so important. Not even just in Zereth Mortis, but inside the grand design. Because it shows that if Constellars have access to these spaces, is it far-fetched to think that Titans do? Even if by proxy? It's part of why what Rygolon says is so terrifying when he says there is no realm in which you can hide. There is no place to hide. There is no escape, not in this life, not in the next. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're alive or dead. They want to get you. They want to imprison you. So the Constellars is, I mean, most that we know about it is that they're a mysterious celestial race that Aman'Thul called upon early on in the days of the Titans going around the cosmos and finding each other and ordering worlds. So they are designated to tasks by the Titans. Almost like the Constellars are like, I don't know if they're portions of them, if they're creations of them, because when a Constellar died, when Sargeras slew one himself, the death rattle alerted Agramar when he was ordering Draenor. So he like went away. And if I'm remembering correctly, Draenor was being meddled with after they found Azeroth. But I have to double check myself on that. That might not be the case. You gotta refer to Chronicle to make sure you get the timeline right on that. I actually think I might have an Obsidian doc that mentions that. So, but it's like, why did Agramar feel that? Was he connected to it? Why did that happen? That was the first world that the Burning Legion had fell upon. No pun intended. And it was not one that was overrun with old gods, but it was a world that the Titans had ordered in ages past. The first world that the Legion went after wasn't an old god-infected world. It was a Titan-ordered world. I feel like that's a pretty big indicator of what's really going on here. By the way, the RPG lore Shadows and Light says that, and the oldest books in the game, say that Sargeras believed that the Titans were responsible for the unnatural ordering and corruption in the cosmos, and that his goal is to undo their work in the cosmos. Chronicle is what added the whole purging the corruption of the old gods and Void Lords plot. That was not a thing until Chronicle came out in 2015. Just to be clear, all of the oldest lore claims that Sargeras is trying to undo what the Titans have done because he believes that they're corrupting the universe. That's fucking insane. It doesn't mean he's right, but that's how they originally positioned it. Right? So to go back to Constellars, it's like, if they can access this grand design and they can access these other realms, it shows that the Titans' reach in terms of their ordering has gone significantly further than we realized. It's even in the Emerald Dream. It's in a dream that one would associate with creation and the origin of life itself, potentially. It's in the endpoint realm of death. And it's all over the in-between. It's in the elemental planes. I mean, it's on other worlds. The Titan's ordering has reached innumerable places. Do we have any evidence of Fel fighting Void? Well, I mean, there are specific sections of individuals that use Fel to fight back against the Void, like Demon Hunter, sure. But do we have an instance of the Burning Legion overtly going to war against the forces of the Void? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. And there are Void Walkers that are a part of the Legion. I think the Constellars are the other Titans, not of the Elite Sect. It's very possible that Constellars and Titans are of this, they're effectively the same race. But I would also try to I would point something out about Constellars that I think cannot be overlooked. Because Constellars are largely, widely attributed to all of the Titans, right? The issue that I take with that is that their naming conventions explicitly follow a theme of one specific Titan. His name is Norganon. Think about all the names of all the Constellars. Rygalon, Harboron, Elegon, Algalon. Why do they all line up with Norganon's naming convention? I think it's because, to some degree, they are more directly associated with him. They may be something that is instated or installed or programmed by him. And these are the things, these are the beings which oversee, with cold logic, the mechanisms that are installed upon worlds that can reset and wipe out all life on the world in hopes of resetting Mimiron? That would be very interesting, Zaxis. That's the thing, is the clockwork mechanical stuff of Mimiron does make me think way more of Norganon than it does of Aman'Thul. Now, Mimir is obviously a Norse-inspired deity. There's some stuff there that you could look into that might give more insight onto that. But it is funny because, for those who don't know, Mimiron, his body was destroyed, his original one. And he was rebuilt, his body was rebuilt by the Mechanomes. Mimiron has not always been a giant Mechanome. He didn't always look like that, but we don't know what he did look like. We don't actually know. They might have rebuilt him in his original likeness, but we don't know. I forgot the lore of Rygalon. How did he end up in the Shadowlands again? Read his fight journal. Check this out. I mean, the fight journal is alarming. Look at what this says. Drawn to observe the fateful events unfolding within the sepulchre of the First Ones, Rygalon succumbed to the jailer's domination. Now this Constellar turns its cosmic power against any who would oppose the Banished One, which... he seems to act like a pretty normal fucking Constellar to me. He even says through death will come order. But here's the kicker. Sometimes loot gives you hints about lore, as we've been discussing with the Amulet of Eonar's Chosen, right? Look at this item. He drops these boots called Treads of Titanic Curiosity. Observer's Umbral Shiv. So like Algalon, he's an observer. Except instead of our world, he observes the Shadowlands, I think. Devastated world shard, a bleak reminder to worlds unworthy. Shards of worlds, this is probably a hint at shards of worlds that have been destroyed by the machinations of the Titans. Antumbra, Shadow of the Cosmos, sounds a lot like Antaurus. But I digress. Astral verdict, the stars and the astral coming to a verdict on something. Not only destroyed, but maybe forged into a sword, who knows? Handguards of hidden realms. Which is the whole thing about not only the Shadowlands, but Zereth Mortis in general, is it's like hidden in the fabric of the Shadowlands, kind of tucked away. In the Heraldric Ring, prepare for my arrival. Remember the title that you get for being at item level, group of level 80s and defeating Algalon? Herald of the Titans. Right, so you get Rygalon's Heraldric Ring. It's because he's a herald. He's a herald of the Titans. And then you have Grim Eclipse, which talks about manifesting a quasar that blasts things with cosmic damage, which is horrifying, and talks about the event horizon like a fucking black hole. It's pretty horrifying. But anyway, I think his loot is giving us a hint, and the fact that he was drawn to observe the fateful events, like, come on, bro. He's designated, if not directly sent because of curiosity by the Titans to witness in this hidden realm what the verdict of the situation was going to be on a world that had literally been devastated and broken into shards, being overtaken by the shadow of the cosmos. Like, the fucking, like, yeah, the loot tells you the story in addition to his presence. Also, keep in mind that the chamber that we fight Rygalon in has a cosmic map in the ceiling, similar to what ones we've seen in other places, and there's no one else there. There is no machine of the first ones. There is no boss. It's a fucking Constellar. Why is there a Constellar in what appears to be his own dedicated chamber inside the most secret machine area design laboratory ever fucking discovered or constructed? Like, there to witness the events of potential domination-based re-origination of the entire universe that's going on. Like, well, like, and again, he might have armor on him, but I don't think he's behaving really any differently than he would have otherwise, because he's already coldly logical. Why do you even need to dominate Rygalon if he doesn't have free will because he's a construct in the first place? I think Algalon was a bit of an exception personally, but I just think that it's a bit of a facade. Rygalon sees someone fulfilling the Titan's edicts, decides to submit to them, be dominated. This will bring order. Perhaps, but regardless, his fight dialogue, again, he says, through death will come order. That's insane. So, that's Rygalon's lore. He's just like this Titan Constellar that fucking shows up in this place. It's interesting to me that domination works on him. It's interesting that domination works on any of this stuff. I mean, one of the main themes of the raid is the jailers just going through there and using domination on, well, not everything. The Vigilant Guardian isn't dominated. Skolex isn't dominated. Zymox isn't dominated. Dacian is dominated. Which the design is so cool. The prototype Pantheon is not dominated. Lehuvim is not dominated. In fact, Lehuvim crafts the prototype Pantheon in a response to the encroaching powers of domination infiltrating the Sepulchre at the hand of Zoval. So these are like newly printed when we go in the fucking room, built as defenders to fight back against the domination. But it's interesting that all the mechanisms of the Sepulchre are susceptible to domination when they're built by the first ones, and then we end up seeing Azeroth like directly resist the power of domination during the fight. So if she's the creator of Zereth Mortis, that doesn't quite make sense to me. I can't really It's not impervious to it. It seems like domination is just a different language that seems to work perfectly well on all of the mechanisms of the first ones. And then you have Zoval dropping shit like forbidden truth. Like, dude. This raid it just yells, how much more obvious can it be that the Shadowlands is ordered? And this is just one... It's interesting that the first phase is called Origin of Domination. You get things like Blood of Azerite, Surging Azerite, Azerite Radiation. Tyranny, Chains of Oppression, Rune of Damnation, Rune of Compulsion, Rune of Domination. And this is a magic apparently created by the Primus and used on Zoval. But then if you look at the runes and powers used by the Titan Pantheon on the seat of the Pantheon, specifically as they were exerted upon Sargeras, it sure looks like fucking domination to me. And there's just no question about it. This is not some harebrained pyromancer conspiracy theory. These are domination runes. Specifically the one on his hand. And this one over here. These are that three-shaped, rigid domination. These are domination runes. Then you have these more titanic, orderly runes on the sword and on the disc of Norganon. With the blue spikes and everything. I don't know, bro. Motherfucker, I've said it a bunch of times. This motherfucker looks like a Death Knight without a sword. He looks like a Knight of the Ebon Blade. It's insane. So, and look at him. He's fucking dominated, man. There's just no question in my mind. At least in this image, he's fucking dominated. And honestly, this motherfucker probably is too. They both have red gems on their shit. Red gem there. He's got red banding there. Red gems on the shoulder pad. Red gems on the belt. Red gems on the fucking sword. It could be because they're strength gemmed, you know? Maybe that's why. But these others don't have gems. None of them. None of them wear them. Not a single one. Except these blue, whatever these things are on his gauntlet. But this is the craziest part. Sargeras' title? The Defender. Noblest of all. The most noble Titan of them all. You have been touched by the hand of valor. Such noble forces do not scheme for mortal thrones. This is beyond my power to forge. That's what Ayer said about Vol'jin. Anyway, that's a little lore tangent for you.
Those who threaten the dream will fall.
Correct.
Venomous strike.
Where do you think Lura runes come from? Probably Lura, but it could be a sign of domination of some kind. Maybe Zira's oathbound, and that's why she has those runes on her. You know?
Never surrender.
Maybe she's oathbound to Eonar.
Venomous strike.
Mention to any race how Sargeras is noble, and they would draw out their swords. Of course they would.
And take you.
Of course they would. I don't know what's going on here. Is Lura a Titan construct? No, I don't think so. I mean, the Naru could be, I suppose, but no, that's not what I think.
Rain of spears.
I think what we see with Lura
Poison.
is an expression, I think, through the entire MQD raid, that the soul is made up of two fragments, one void and one light, and that they are in conflict with one another. And we literally watched Lura split into these two fragments in the mythic phase and then reintegrate in the final phase. Yeah, she has cuneiform as well. It's very similar to what Zalatath has on her. For some reason, the Void Naru runes are cuneiform. Although the Light Naru runes do not appear to be. Oh, he rebirths.
Creeping venom.
Get me out of this, man. Come on. He comes back at fucking full HP.
They can take you.
When they scream, I'll let them know. I've got them.
I will never surrender.
Dude.
Rain of spears. Breathe deep
Dude.
and die.
Shrek.
I caught a fucking stun that was just as long as his fucking rebirth timer. That is so cringe.
Venomous strike.
They all res so careful. I know, that's why I'm not trying to stack them, because I'll just end up fucking...
Creeping venom.
I'll just end up killing one early by accident. And Pip just fucking... Oh my god, dude. This fight sucks ass.
When they scream, I'll let them know. I've got them now and won't.
Chad, I don't need your help, okay? Please. Please stop. Stop backseating me. I can fucking figure this out, okay? It's alright.
Breathe deep.
I think it's very clear what I have to do. It's just the problem of Urktos standing on top of me the whole goddamn time. And then me getting stunned. And then this fucking happening.
Creeping venom.
It's so cringe. It's so cringe. It's so painfully fucking cringe, dude. It is so painfully cringe.
Savage charge.
Shoo, shoo.
And now she's gonna rebirth. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. And because I have fucking abilities that I cannot stop from cleaving nearby enemies, there's just nothing I can do about it.
Exciting.
Nothing I can do about it. Love it. Love it.
Poison blooms.
Emerald Dream, more like Emerald Nightmare, am I right? Well, in the early days, there was no distinction.
Venomous strike.
Shrek. Breaking rush.
Birds of a feather die together.
Venomous strike.
I will never surrender.
They can take you.
Catch a mortal by the toe.
The dream
Jesus
will never
Christ.
yield.
All right.
It pains me to see them fall.
That's
But we
fucking
must
awful.
obtain the seed of life if we are to succeed.
Why didn't you just tell them to stop, Marithra? You don't have any, like, fucking say over these people? Getting some Mog stuff at least. Yeah, yeah. Some lashers. Should be the Emerald Dream and the Ruby Nightmare. That's what it should be. Spirit's Respite. Oh, now we get to go to Nimue. Her dialogue's interesting, too.
Trespassers, your very presence disturbs the balance of this place. You will be destroyed.
Yikes.
The Guardian of the Seed will never relent. They will die to keep you from it.
The Sapphire Wield. It's also Elune-coded, but so not her. So did Nimue death even matter for the ordered portion? Yeah, I don't know if the ordered portion will fall out of order if she doesn't, like, continue to do this. But I'm assuming it more of it stops being ordered. And the thing is, the Emerald Dream that we see is but like a garden. It's just one garden. So like there's a whole area outside the boundaries that we cannot explore that does not sound like it's ordered. And you learn that from reading some of the books that you find in the Emerald Dream. So like the whole thing isn't ordered, just portions of it. And I think that's a really key thing that's happened with the Titans. Not all of Azeroth is ordered. I don't even think all of Kalimdor got ordered. Not the entire cosmos is ordered. I don't think the entire Titan Pantheon necessarily even was ordered. The entire Emerald Dream, the entire Shadowlands, not everything is ordered. They didn't get all of it, but they got enough I think to give mortals the impression that they ordered everything. And that all the things that we interact with generally have been ordered by them. But there's so much outside of that has not been ordered. They've ordered all the important parts. The key mechanisms. And I think that by doing that, in time, everything will end up being ordered. They order the key mechanisms and it spreads throughout everything. It's kind of like putting order in the water and then just letting the water spread. It takes some time, but eventually it'll get all over the place.
You are within the verdant matrix.
It's almost shaped like a heart.
A series of gossamer threads that order the dream. So delicate, the slightest disturbance would collapse the entire structure.
Doesn't sound that stable to me. I feel like nature is generally supposed to be a little bit more resilient than that. And they put out like these swirls as well. It's pretty cool. Gossamer is an interesting choice. Like spider silk. Emerald green apple.
You trespass here. You must be eradicated.
And you see how the growth happens along the lines? These are literally lines of power, drawn with nature and order energy throughout them. And the thing about this is that it has that blue look to it, which again can make you kind of think of Ardenweald. But again, I'm quite certain that Ardenweald has been ordered. Again, Marasmus talks about a time where it was just he and the Winter Queen, back when hard work was appreciated. But then she came with her groves and her trees, and things changed. And I'm pretty sure that's referring to Eonar, considering that you can find an echo of Eonar in Ardenweald that you can turn into the Primus. Weaver of the Cycle.
You bring disorder!
Yeah, shouldn't like that. I bet it was much easier to access Ardenweald from the Emerald Dream and vice versa before the ordering. I 100% agree. And there's definitely an obvious connection, especially when you consider that, like, the Dreadlords in their, at least in their enemy infiltration preface, say that they want to observe the link between their realm and Ardenweald, the denizens of life. So it's referring to the link between the Emerald Dream and Ardenweald itself. So they definitely are connected. They want this to remain static, unchanging, or at least unchanged by any hand but theirs.
To destruction.
In the Fungarian and Silvermoon, for the Sporefall quest, dude can just pop out of Herondar through those networks like it's no big deal. Yeah, and the way he describes moving through it, he's like, I think he basically said, like, no, I didn't use the roots. And I think he says that. He's like, he describes briefly, like, what it's like to do it. And I remember it being, like, unique and kind of weird. Mycelial networks are way, way more vast than roots. Indeed. And I think in the case of Azeroth, probably even older. Because for, like, Marasmus, he predates the groves and the root tree networks there as well. Oh. Manifested Dream. Lucid Miasma. Which obscures your visibility. Look at that on the ceiling, by the way. Little 6-pointed star action. 6 lines coming to the center. Big crystal in the middle.
All agents of change must be purged.
So we are agents of change. Chaos. She doesn't like that. All about that order. Six seats at the high table. Yeah, it could be referring to the cosmic forces. There's also, well, now with Sargeras there's 7, but there was 6 seats on the seat of the Pantheon. Yeah, it's been proven IRL that mycelial networks communicate and share nutrients with trees. Well, then Ardenweald backs that concept up, because I believe what Marasmus says and what we learn in the quest line is that the tree teleportation network that Ardenweald uses is reliant upon the mycelial network that Marasmus is connected to and responsible for. So it literally is piggybacking off of that. So what you're saying is already kind of like a proven, like, concept in World of Warcraft.
Restore order. You threaten the dream, your existence will be halted.
What will become of the dream?
It's a good question.
A grievous sacrifice, but one we shall not waste. Rest well, dear one. Be wary, heroes. The seed of life is volatile to handle.
And what I think is very interesting about this is we basically destroy the thing that is putting order into the dream, right? Now, it's not quite the same in Zereth Mortis, but we do confront Lehuvim, who's the principal architect of Zereth Mortis, who is primarily responsible for the construction of all the different, like, concept robots that we fight there, especially in the raid, the ones who are, like, tasked with carrying out certain responsibilities and edicts. And while we don't permanently remove him, we do end up fighting him. It presumably learns from our encounter with us, reprints itself, and then just keeps doing whatever the fuck it was doing. I really want to revisit the Emerald Dream just to see whether it's changed now. Well, it certainly is probably no longer being pumped with stasis, but you might still need some type of incorporation of chaotic or change energy to push it back towards a more balanced state. It might seek equilibrium naturally. That should be the case. Natural systems should strive toward equilibrium. But that's not always how it works in a universe like this. This water also appears to be probably filled with that same type of energy. So the water flowing throughout the Emerald Dream, I would not be surprised if that is related to the spread of order through the dream. And yeah, she's weaving it like a loom or like a dream catcher. Weaving it on a loom like a dream catcher.
With this seed of life, we are one step closer to stopping Farak.
Really hoping for
The
wilder
seeds of
gods
life
in our
are
future.
place. Amir Drasil awaits our defense. And Firak, my wrath.
Wild gods outside the
Champions,
control of the dream.
lend your strength
I think
to
there are
hasten
Loa,
their growth.
but there are also things that say the Loa are tied to the dream. So, but not all of them not all of them are wild gods. Like Bwonsamdi's not a wild god. You know? So I'd be curious to learn more about that too. What do things look like that aren't ordered? I feel like the Emerald Dream should have all forms of elements because the elements are natural to Azeroth, right? Well, this place, it does. It has water. It has earth.
Good luck.
I don't know if it has all of them. Like, I don't know if there's fire. Firelands certainly introduces that. I'm sure that there's a degree of air. But, like, I don't see this place as a place that is, like, bereft of elemental energy. But it is more a spiritual plane focused on life and growth and nature energies that I think is, at the very least, kind of, like, adjacent to shamanic powers and the elements, but not quite the same.
Be careful. Feel free to browse.
I would say that they're related because these types of energies make up a lot of what the natural world is. But it seems like things like light and void are perhaps more essential to the existence of souls, which there are old god quotes claiming that all places and all things have souls. So it might be, that might indicate that, like, the whole cosmos is made out of souls and maybe even a single soul, and everything is made out of light and void as a result. But they try to keep death, decay, and fire out. Pretty much anything that can bring change. My current thoughts: Rift of On plus Loa, Wild Gods plus Elune. I don't really follow. My current theory is Elune is a shard of Azeroth made from when the Titans tore her out of the cradle. It's definitely possible, and when you think about it like this, I mean, the Tauren mythology, which we should not take literally, but it does say that Anshe and Musha were cast to the skies after they had been pressed into her eyes, one right, one left, of the Earth Mother, and then she tore them out and set them into the sky, right? But they're also said to be the light of her heart born. So the idea that Anshe and Musha are literally fragments of the Earth Mother, and if the Earth Mother is Azeroth, it does not seem a far-fetched idea to me at all that Elune and Anshe are literally fragments of Azeroth, of Alnhara. That does not seem far-fetched to me whatsoever. The right eye and the left eye, the blue and the gold, they're fragments that represent the whole, which could be in league with one another or in opposition to each other. We don't know. We don't know. But I'm not opposed to that idea that Elune is literally part of Azeroth. Because one thing that I always keep in the back of my mind, and I believe this is like a reference to a show or something, but Zalito, desecrated image of Gorehowl, the Yusharaj-infected axe that Garrosh was carrying around, says, eyes are the windows to the soul. Shutter them forever. Something to that effect. If eyes are the windows to the soul, I take that quite literally. When I look at someone's eyes, if they're glowing a certain color, or, you know, if a person has like a golden glowing eye and a blue eye or silver eye or whatever, I take that a little more literally than other people might. If someone has orange glowing golden eyes, that means something to me. Right? It is, I think it is a window, literally, into their soul. It's like giving you a peek at what the alignment of their soul is, primarily. So, like, Queen Ashara had golden eyes and was referred to as the Light of Lights. Would not surprise me if her soul was originally, in some capacity, aligned with light, more than other cosmic forces. Doesn't surprise me, if that were the case. So when I look at character eye colors, I don't just look at, like, oh, they have gold eyes or blue eyes or whatever. Like, I think deeper about what that could mean, especially when we're talking about magically infused beings or immortal beings. So when someone has, like, blue, teal, cyan glowing eyes, like the Jailer or Rygalon or Anduin or Sargeras or Arthas, I don't just look at that and think, oh, they have blue eyes. I look at that and think, oh, that is often a sign of domination or associated with the power of order or death. I wonder why their eyes are blue like that. Are there any associations that they carry, anything in their history or past which would make sense? So that's kind of something that I'm always doing, even if I don't say it out loud. I'm kind of doing that in the background when I'm playing. Because color...
I wish you chained, Firelord.
Color motifs matter a lot in WoW. Like, when you see orange, it's almost always associated with fire or light. In some rare cases, decay. But when you see red, you know, it's almost always associated with, like, blood or chaos or out-of-control fungal growth. Or anguish in a lot of cases. Which I would wager some of those things I just said are actually related to one another inherently. Right? When you see gold, you think of light. When you see, you know, magenta or purples, you tend to think of arcane or void. When you see dark blues and stuff, you tend to think of void. When you see greens, you think of nature, you think of fel, you think of spirit. That's intentional. These cosmic energies occupy certain areas and blended portions of the color spectrum entirely on purpose. I'm certain that it is a fully intentional, long-standing, like, incorporated design motif of everything, almost everything in World of Warcraft. And I'm sure sometime there are exceptions where, like, they just picked this because they thought it would fit well for something, and, you know. But generally speaking, it's entirely intentional, which I think is very impressive because it helps people that, like, are visual learners or recognize visual patterns, motifs, themes, etc. It helps them recognize the recurring thing without having to read words. And I think that's what's so cool about it. Can you turn the fan on, please? Just flip that on. Ooh. Turn that off. Wild gods come from the Emerald Dream. I think the Rift of Aln going through the Emerald Dream filter. Well, I think originally wild gods and Loa and stuff could have been born. Olive is in here, by the way. Could have been born from Alnhara's not tormented, painful, fucked up dreams. What do you think of the gold rivers of energy at the end of Antorus? Well, they're not gold all the way down. They go from like orangish to gold to green. At least there's green fell coming off the final platform opposite of the gold. So it looks like potentially a transmutation of anguish energy being harvested out of Antorus into a different type of energy. What that energy is, if that's fel, maybe. Could be light. I think that anguish is being harvested and then it's being tempered, transmuted, processed in some kind of way that changes it into something else. Illumin and the Old Gods had to have been collaborating in some way because the way the Old Gods manipulate the dream and the World Tree Roots just seems strange. Well, it doesn't mean they had to have been collaborating. It could just mean that the Old Gods have knowledge of...
Enemies for the buyer!
Have knowledge of natural systems, interconnected, you know, mycelial networks or root systems, nature itself. The Old Gods and elements working together makes it stranger. Well, they try to... They pretty clearly try to say that, like, the Old Gods subjugated the elementals. But then the elementals were also inherently chaotic and, like, reveled in battle. And, like, they loved it. So the idea of them, like, fighting again... The elementals are portrayed as something that does not want to be subdued. And the Old Gods are portrayed as something that sought to subdue them. And did so successfully. Which is kind of interesting because you would think that thematically... the Old Gods would not necessarily be about subduing powers, but setting chaos free. It seems a bit off. The Omnium Folio has darkened orbs of void, light, anguish, etc. Oh, I just didn't type. And the Titans wanted to create their own Old God? Why? Well, because they were looking for a solution to the Old Gods. And Mother says specifically that they were particularly interested in Gahun's ability to reanimate expired tissue. And the corruption that was alleged to have been spread by the Old Gods was what? Well, the curse of flesh, right? So to me, it kind of sounds like the Titans or their keepers were looking for a solution to mortality. And they were particularly interested in Gahun's ability to reanimate things that died, which is very concerning. Because it makes it sound like maybe you could take that logic and say that, like, well, if we spread a curse of undeath to literally everything, nothing will ever truly die. We can just reanimate things that die. And then their souls will be trapped in a state of undeath forever. So that's a really important thing to take from Uldir, I think, that was the particular point of interest that they had with Gahun. And you have to think about why would that part interest them? And what was the problem spread by the Old Gods that they were looking to solve? I think when you ask those two questions, you potentially start to get a clearer view of, like, what was happening. Maybe Tippist. Maybe. It's not a bad idea. Pitting them against each other in a way that they enjoyed. When we visit Nyalotha, it does look like we see elemental lords fighting against like old god minions and shit. And it might not mean anything, but for some reason Ragnaros is flagged as neutral in that scenario. But the old gods loved fighting, according to Chronicle, so it's not like, that's not really like evidence of something being off. I don't know.
Incineration! Torrent of cinders!
Gahun was way less smart than the real old gods? Gahun seemed to be born of like a singular purpose, which was to spread disease and corruption. Like the other old gods don't seem as particularly motivated clearly by that type of thing. Yeah, Gahun acted a lot more primally like a less intelligent kind of like force of nature. Like, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Gahun was basically like disease manifest. Like
obliterate my enemies!
A vessel of decay and rot and undeath.
Apologies, my lord. I would rather watch Deceiver! One-sided!
Thank you.
Champions, to me when you are ready. Farak will fall.
His skin looks a lot like Sargeras's once he's drained like this. I think it's very interesting. But yeah, he sucks that energy into the axe, and I'm pretty sure the axe is like bound to Farak. When I did the questline for it, I thought it was very interesting. I don't really remember what I learned though. Took a bunch of screenshots.
Hello.
Like the level of elementals, lesser ones have limited intelligence and personality. Perhaps, yeah, and that's generally due to a lack of spirit. Another Fire Lord consumed by the flames of his own ambition.
Goddess, watch over you.
This world is vast and wondrous. May you find what you seek.
The real old gods can manipulate and make calculated and elaborate plans that could take countless years to unfold. Right, and Gahun sort of did that with visions that were being given to Zul'jin. But it seems almost more like Gahun's escape from Uldir was inevitable. You know how like you have those different like Zul Nazman in Nazmir and stuff like that, these like areas that had these big almost Titan looking discs, like the similar to the Great Disc in Zuldazar, that like are these big spinning discs. It almost, there's one in the place where Mithrax was imprisoned by Seth Rawlis. There's one in Nazmir to the northeast, and then there's the big one at the capital city of Zuldazar, Dazar Lord. That reminds me heavily of like the Mayan doomsday like theory with like their calendar where like it eventually ended. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Mayan calendar was actually round. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess what I got from that was maybe an underlying theme that like when these calendars, these big discs that kind of represent a calendar, a passage of time, when they reach the end, kind of the prophecy will be fulfilled, Gahun will be released, and like the end of days will fall upon Azeroth. That's kind of how I took it. There was like this eldritch, blood-based, almost like vampiresque thing that was like released on Doomsday at the end of the Mayan calendar. right down, it does look like that, right down to the face on the center. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Mayan calendar. Yeah, it really actually does fucking look, holy shit. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I mean, yeah, I don't think it gets too much more overt than that. So this is kind of how I took that, is that they were calendars. They were like clocks that were like, eventually fate would cause their destruction. Mithrax escapes. He comes, destroys the Great Seal. At that point, all 3 seals on Uldir have been broken. Gahun escapes. Like, it was almost like the Mayan, like, doomsday that people kind of theorize about, right? Like, how the world was supposed to end and all that stuff, except it would have been at the hand of this amalgamation of pestilence and rot. And that's really scary, because when you look at a lot of the things that were corrupted by Gahun, they turned into undead. Gahun is basically just like an old god version of a fucking Lich King. Except they're not controlled by domination. They're just driven by this like insatiable need to corrupt and consume. Just like Hakar, by the way. Which I'm pretty sure there's a correlation there that's meant to be understood, at least thought about. Because Vectis, the blood plague that you find in Uldir, that you fight as one of the bosses, is said to have been created by a mixture of the blood plague that spread through the Zandalari, i.e. Hakar, and Gahun's blood sample, and that's apparently what created Vectis. Which is like this horrible creature of corruption. The plague of corrupted blood killed countless trolls and began one of the most terrifying periods in Zandalar's history. The constructs within Uldir studied this disease in search of a cure, but found that only isolation and extermination was effective. Kind of sounds like what Sargeras came to conclude about the cosmic infection. Unfortunately, as the facility safeguards cracked apart, the plague was accidentally combined with a sample of Gahun's blood, creating a new entity that hungered for fresh victims. So even further corrupted, further driven to consume. It's pretty gross. He's like a blood elemental thing.
You again. A pity I do not have time to eradicate you myself. See to their depths, Tindral. Feel free to make it excruciating.
Proto-dragons look weird, dude. Why do they have that front set of arms? It almost looks like vestigial. It's so weird. Why do they have that? I guess you could ask the same thing about like T-Rex. Wyvern body plan? Yeah. This fight was insane on Mythic, right? I never really did it myself for like Prague or anything. Blood Plague is so scary. Because, like, in real world, that stuff is so hard to cure. Then in fantasy, it's like, nah, it's also a powerful curse, so magic doesn't work. Yeah, it's a lot like it reminds me a lot of, like, the magical, you know, plague spread by the Dreadlords, which is crazy that they were able to make, like, an untraceable, indiscernible, magical fucking plague that even Archmage Antonidas couldn't figure out how to get rid of. That seemingly was non-biological. Like they created a disease that was like, I don't know. Like maybe that's a misinterpretation or an assumption on my part, but something that appears to be like non-biological. There we go. Maybe it's biological, but not like human biological. Yeah, maybe it was just something they couldn't... I mean, because magic doesn't mean non-biological, but like... The whole plague thing is fucking weird to me. I'm on the wagon. Hakar was also pulled from the rift. I totally, I mean, why not? If he wasn't created through splicing Loa together in Uldir, why not? He does look to me like potentially a weird amalgamation between different types of animals. But who knows? I could see like obviously a serpent. I could see like a bat maybe. Yeah, I don't know. He's weird. A severed head of Ulatek? That's a fucking interesting idea. Thinking about how things like COVID jump from animal to human with devastating consequences. Maybe carrying a disease based on Dreadlord biology, creating a disease based on Dreadlord biology has the same kind of thing. It was like super powered because they created something that would like fuck them up. So if it came to us, it was even worse or whatever. It wouldn't fuck them up, you know, whatever. Yeah, because we learned that Ulatek is born out of the fucked up rift, right? Isn't that what we learned? She's like a corrupted wild god that's born of the torment of the rift. Isn't that what we learned in the most recent quests? Yeah, that's crazy. She was pulled out of the rift by Amani.
Your usefulness has ended.
It also is like, okay, so that's 2 serpents now that I've heard about Alnhara creating, or at least having as, you know, connection with, right? You have Uln Sharan, or Cloud Serpent guy. You have Ulatek, this multi-headed Hydra Serpent thing. And so then I cannot help but think of Yasharaj. Dude, what if they pulled the craziest twist and we ended up fighting Yasharaj in 12.2? How insane would that be? What if they pulled that shit out of nowhere and we're like, hey, by the way, that would be fucking crazy. Oh, that'd be like the most unexpected shit.
Blazing sky!
Astral heat.
The heavens fall! Raging squall!
I'm a bit confused. Who came first, Haranir or Trolls? We don't really know. Did the Trolls become Haranir or did the Haranir become Trolls? So we have some conflicting accounts, and right now we're not sure. Because we were told the Zandalari documented the Dark Trolls and said that those that went in proximity of the Well of Eternity turned into Night Elves. But the Haranir are claiming, based on their memories and what they believe happened, that the Zandalari Trolls and the Night Elves are both splinters off of the common ancestry that is an ancient Haranir, which may also be different from the Haranir that we know nowadays. But even characters in the game, such as Talanji, Queen of the Zandalari, look at this claim and say, well, we have the oldest libraries, and we were tracking the Dark Trolls. We know of the Dark Trolls and the Night Elves, the first days of the Night Elves, so what are they talking about? And so I should probably make a video on this because it's a hot topic right now, and because I think I have a pretty intellectual take on it. I really think what Blizzard's trying to do right now is show us how different people, different cultures have different perspectives and histories and memories and legends that sometimes conflict with one another. And it can at times make it difficult to determine which one is correct, or if they're all correct in certain ways. Maybe they all have bits and pieces of it. But this is a pretty big theme right now, and this is also illustrated in the Bitter Truth short stories series, where Lorthamar Theron and goodness, what's his name? Torundo are recounting their experiences of the Amani and the Blood Elves clashing. However, what they think, how they remember things, what their perspective told them, contradict one another because they have different experiences. They don't have the whole picture. So that's a big theme right now in the current patch, in the current expansion, and with the trolls and with the elves and the Harenir. So the Harenir are trying to do a good thing by saying, like, look, you guys should unite because you share a common ancestor that's Harenir. But the Harenir might not entirely be right. And there is still some room in there for Harenir to become Zandalari and Dark Trolls to become a thing, and for those Dark Trolls to become Night Elves, and the Harenir may still just see it as, well, their common ancestor is still the Harenir, therefore they're one people. That's not really how cultures tend to work. And good luck trying to get these two, at times extremely opposed cultures, to reconcile that view, because they have pride in who they are. They have pride in their people and their cultures and what they've done, right? They identify with themselves for themselves. They're not interested in trying to adopt the other's stuff because they are their own people. They have their own pride in this. Now, that can be very harmful, but I also can understand why they would be so resistant to the concept. So it's a big theme right now where we don't really know exactly what the truth is. And we have some different conflicting perspectives and accounts that can lead you to think different things, to thinking different things. So that's kind of where we're at right now. He's doing a lore tour? Kind of. I've been kind of doing it. Like, I could talk about this area, which is particularly interesting. We seem to be in some kind of magical liminal space. Perhaps, we're in the heart of the world tree. The heart of Emirdrasil is where we are. But this seems to occupy some strange magical space where, because it has been infused by both dream energies and Ardenweald energies, we have the bridge of those two realms together with the golds and the greens and the blues and the purples. So you can kind of see that manifest around us. It's a physical outward example of the connection and power between the two realms, which is interesting. This is some kind of grand magical seed thing. Some people have wondered, like, is this Zareth Vitae? Maybe? I don't... Am I supposed to intercept this? I don't think so. But it's not something I can disprove either. But yeah, then you have the dragon aspects appear on these seats. This reminds me a lot of the seat of the Pantheon, actually. Even the way that they come down, they kind of like warp down from the sky. It's just like how the Titan Pantheon comes in. Rather interesting. Oh no, I have no way to generate holy power. Oops. I think these are just a threat for me, so I think I can just cleave them with Farak. Farak gotta be a demon now. He's fire, which is light and consumed by shadow or void. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure that we fully understand what a demon is, but I do believe that there is a pretty big similarity between demons and dragons in the first place. They share a lot of physiological similarities, like horns and sometimes spikes and scales or whatever. Yeah, that cringe cinematic. I'm not gonna watch that. But what Abyssian here says is quite interesting. The fate of twisted blood. It's interesting because Farak ends up kind of doing a similar thing to Deathwing in the end. But what Abyssian here says is quite interesting. He says,
I do not celebrate the loss of life, but Farak could not be allowed to continue the legacy of Shadowflame's destruction. He was too far gone to save. Strange, though. When he fell, it was as if the embers of his rage were carried off by the wind. Perhaps, at last, he joined the elements that imbued him.
it's interesting. And that's why I believe we will get Fire Lord Farak. We saw the death of the previous Fire Lord. Farak absorbed it into an axe that I believe is, in a capacity, soul-bound to Farak or connected to him. And then Abyssian remarks that it looks like the embers of his rage were carried off, and perhaps he joined the elements that imbued him. That feels pretty on the nose. So yeah. You're in combat. I don't think that's true. Yeah, we're almost like in a weird pocket dimension. Like these trees are much more than just trees. Oh, that's good. Yeah, not being able to release spirit is that's good. Well, turns out the dream is still in stasis. That's permadeath. Surely there's a way that I can, like... I'm stuck. Make a group and leave? It's a pretty good idea. Nice. Nice. Thanks anyway, Ultima. I appreciate it. Farak is now the new Ragnaros. I believe Farak will reconstitute in the Firelands and become the next Fire Lord. Fire Lord Farak. I really do think that's gonna happen, man. And I think that Blizzard pretty strongly alludes to this possibility. Like, I don't think that they really tried to keep it subtle. I think Abyssian's remarks there are pretty on the nose. And since he doesn't like the Titans, maybe he'll undo the ordering of the Firelands. That'd be interesting. He goes there and does a little remodeling. I'm here for Filer Frock and 2-0. Could this be the beginning of a new set of elemental-based raids? Maybe, or maybe whole zones. Imagine we get the Firelands again in the future, but it's not just a raid. Like, what if it's like the Emerald Dream, where it's a whole fucking zone? What if we got like an expansion patch or an expansion where like we went to the elemental planes and we like explored the zones of the elemental planes beyond just, you know? Greetings. Hello, Morlin.
Greetings. Welcome to the stream.
I wonder what color curtains he would pick for the Firelands. Orange. Post World Tour Saga excites me a lot, though I'm very excited for TLT. Same. Could it be like Shadowlands with multiple elemental zones? Yeah. I would love that. Hopefully he's better than Firelord Ozai. Who the fuck is that? That name does not ring a bell. Avatar? Oh. I had a feeling it was Avatar. Ozai is, yeah. Sounds like a name that you'd hear in Avatar. The primary antagonist? Oh, Zuko's dad. The Emperor of the Fire Nation. I know some stuff here or there. I liked Avatar. I used to watch that when I was a kid. I liked Avatar. Voiced by Mark Hamill. He's Phoenix King Ozai now. Was he reborn? Is he still a bad guy? I'm supposed to have a new monitor mount delivered today, but the shit hasn't shown up. It was supposed to show up at 11 a.m. this morning. I'm butthurt, dude. Expected today. Out for delivery. Humbled is the best way to describe how he ended up. Does Aang end up defeating him, or does Zuko? Or do they, like, team up? Now expected tomorrow by 6 p.m. Nice. We're very sorry your delivery is late. If you've not received your package by tomorrow, you can come back here the next day for a refund. Your package departed late. Ah, it happens. Whatever. Spoiler, Aang takes his bending away and leaves him like that? Damn, I didn't know he could do that. He could do that shit? That's crazy. He learns to soul bend from a giant lion turtle. Soul bend. That sounds fucking crazy. He learned it from a turtle. Avatar fans argue all the time that Aang should have killed him because they fundamentally did not understand Aang or his philosophy. Yeah, so basically what they should be saying is, I want to kill him. People that argue on behalf of characters without understanding the character's motivations or philosophy whatsoever are some of the most annoying, cringe people in the world, dude. It's like, shut the fuck up. Good thing you're not Aang, because if you were, you wouldn't have even made it this far. You would have been bent on anger and hatred like Zuko. You would have fucking dissolved fucking way before. You'd had no shot. Shut the fuck up. That shit annoys me. Everyone does Zerg strat, but they never have enough damage to actually do it. Zuko's plan was to kill his father. There's a reason it didn't work. Meanwhile, Avatar Kyoshi, violence is the best answer. Well, Kyoshi's a different person. Might not have been what was needed at the time. Kyoshi was like, sometimes you just gotta kill people. This guy's gonna check my logs. Gonna check my loggies. He didn't check my logs. If he did, I would be surprised, because they're not particularly good. Not particularly good. Firelord Ozai uses firebending to turn himself into a literal fighter jet man. Zuko stood no chance. A fighter jet man. Any of you guys been playing Power World, by the way? I just recently got that. Bro, the Azula was like redirecting lightning and shit. People were not going to beat fire with fire. I'm playing it now. What do you think of it? I think each bending had like an ultimate power of itself. Blood bending was water, metal bending was earth, lightning bending was fire, and soul bending was air. I think that's how it went. That's fucking sick. Power World is goated. Having a good time with it. Fun up till endgame, then grindy, but I... Oh, are you quitting WoW? Shut the fuck up. Yes. Got a server for friend, and they also rent server. Wait. So I guess I didn't realize. Is it like a server-based survival game? Ugh. You can play solo. Or I can play with friends like Ark. Or Rust, or whatever. H1. Does it run well? These are all things I should have looked at before installing the game. Depending on the settings of the world, but yes. Regardless, it's a survival game. Punch trees and rocks kind of thing. I'm gonna be honest, man. That stuff... I don't know. I don't know. That stuff starts to get like old to me, dude. It doesn't take that long for me to get bored of the survival gameplay loop. I like the idea of survival games, but don't find them fun to play. I feel like they're probably more fun to play with friends. I don't like survival games because I'm trying to do that every day, man. I don't need a game, okay? I just need real life. Guild Pal World server? I mean, maybe. I want to, dude, I really want to do some kind of like, and maybe I could stream it or something, but some kind of like guild game night, play together once every couple weeks or once a month, or I don't know, something where we get together and we do something outside of WoW. That'd be pretty fun, I think. You can change this to time that I go to get a drink, the fucking group just disbands. Guy just passes lead and the whole group fucking dissolves. What the fuck, man? What? What the fuck? What just happened? Pugging is the most toxic shit ever, dude. Pugging is the most toxic shit. There's no groups for Dream Rift. Not a single one. Dude, I just need the trinket. All right, I'll start one. I just need this one boss kill. And I will check these motherfuckers' logs. Don't think I won't. I'll do that shit so fast. Warcraft logs. Morita. Let's see, from Ragnaros. Yeah, no mythic kills logged at all. Sporefall doesn't even have a Dream Rift kill. Nope. Well, I know you at least have a brain. This guy was in the group I was in last night. Scarars. Ragnaros. Green Parser, dude. Green Parser even in Heroic. No thanks. Mecha Geist. Mecha Geist. Storm Rage. Gray Parser. Gray Parser in Heroic. Lumessa. It's been a year already. Time flies. It's crazy. Thank you so much, Lumessa. Or Saraline. We got a blue healer Parser over here. Purple on Chimeras. You know what? They can come. Kalane. Kalane, Mal'Ganis. No logs. Not great healing in Heroic. No thanks. Vegan. Ragnaros. They gotta let you know, don't they? They just gotta let you know. I don't really care. He's a tank. Okay? Any mythic? 4 of 9, but nothing is logged. How come no one has logs, dude? What the fuck is going on? What are these people doing? Fuck no. 288? This guy's probably brain dead. Giga Pumper check logs. Oh, I will. Grind EXE. Thrall.
Yeah, I don't think you're a Giga Pumper, dude. Don't think you are.
Let's check out Lemonheads. Are they a Giga Pumper? No. Taggy Hunt. Who's this fucking guy? Uses brain sometimes. Pixel Druid. You know what? I'll just check logs. Benzos. Asgalore. Yep. Well, you know, he does have a 97 on Chimeras. Bro can actually do the dammy. Dude can do the dammy. We'll get that rogue. Cupcake Chaos. Cupcake Chaos. Doesn't have a kill on Chimeras. On Heroic does, though. Yeah, sorry. I'm just not going to bring someone who's never killed the boss for a Zerg strat. Ninax. PF I'm do it. 1 character 1 weak pre-bis gear. 9X. No literally nothing. Nah, I'm good. Sidapa. Area 52. Gray Parser. No. Nora Borafil. He called me a clown. Love it. Nora Borafil. This guy can do some damn. Heroic only, though. Yeah. Zal Young. $133 on Chimeras. You can come. Frosts. Nope. Green Parser. Attack. This guy is 8 of 9 mythic. He should have the brain power to understand the fucking Zerg strat. Guy's a fucking idiot. Right, here we go. Jafflock. Spimiv. Jafflock has no kills at all on anything logged. Jafflock. Spimviv. Heroic. Green Parser. See ya, dog. Warsta. Purple Parser. In Heroic. No mythic kills. He does, like, no damage, though. I don't understand. Ralenia. I think this is... The Gray Parses are not going to cut it for the Zerg strat, unfortunately. I apologize, Ardag. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be enough. We're doing a Zerg strat, so everyone needs to do big daddy damage, okay? This guy's 4,100. He's instantly getting an invite. That guy's a fucking gamer, no question about it. This guy's queuing with a tank, so that guy's getting declined. Warsta does no damage. Oligisto. Oh, he canceled already. Let's see if he did any damage. Nope. Tita War. Done many Zergs. Really? Doesn't really look like it. I can pump on my war now. Yeah, I don't think so. Sithalos. Hi, Pyro. Why does that name look so familiar? Who is this? Me? Oh, you can come. Hugh Gip. Yeah, no, probably not. I'm raising this to fucking 287. If you're 285 or below, you can suck a fat nut. Robo Trip. This guy had to queue with his homie to see if he could get in more easily. Nah, you both do but bad damage. Dog shit, doo-doo ass damage. Yeah, it's really hard to fill a good group. This is why that other guy gave up on filling the group. Hizzy baby. Gray Parser. No. I have a genuine druid question here. Like a lore question? What's the Zerg strat? 2 tanks, 2 healers, 16 DPS. I don't think when druids shapeshift that they do things like photosynthesize, okay? How'd Prague go yesterday? Actually, very well. This guy's name is just Monk. It's kind of sick. How can you be 293 and just like not be able to do 100k DPS on any fight? That's fucking crazy. Sean Wind. This guy has no logs or anything. He did do 114k on Chimeras. It's not great. People get so fucking butthurt when they get declined. It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy how butthurt they get. This guy's 8 of 9 mythic on his main. And he's a healer main. He could probably handle it. Amundai. Bailgun. Oh, this Holy Priest is good. Double Priest. Vizards. 10 Chimeras kills. His best is 104k. Oh, he's Havoc. It doesn't matter. Havoc can do damage too. BBL Drizzy. No logs at all. CE alt. Yeah, I don't care. Get some fucking logs. Intocado. God damn, why do people do such dog-ass damage? Pots. What a fucking pussy. I fucking hate when people do that shit. They hit you with a fucking DM and then they ignore you so you can't even respond to them. Fucking cringe, dude. This guy can come. People are so fucking mad that I'm declining them on my ult. Stay mad, idiot. Not even ignored, bro. Logged offline. It says the same message, even if they ignore you. This hunter's decent. Take him. If you get declined to a fucking random pug and you feel like you have to whisper the leader to talk shit, you're a fucking loser. And they made the right choice by not inviting you. It's just proof of it. People that do that shit are fucking turbo virgin morons. Just shut the fuck up, man. Doesn't it say BBL Drizzy's ignoring you? Not if they're cross-server, no. It'll just say they're not playing. Frostmourne, huh? Can do 120k average damage over. I believe it from someone whose main is 4k. 11 Chimeras kills, 92k. Tough. Don't think so. I was gonna sign up, but my logs are bad. Yeah, don't sign up. I'm fully convinced people who whisper after getting declined have bought carries and are mad because their money went to waste. Look, you don't have to be happy that you got declined, but you don't need to whisper me about it either. Super cringe. Map mirror. 9 of 9 mythic. Instantly cancels. Nice, dude. 9 of 9 mythic with not a single mythic fucking parse, because that's your alt. Don't care. Your 9 of 9 mythic means nothing to me. No. Let's look. What even are my parses? What do mine look like on this character? Everyone's complaining because they're green. Let's see. 108k, 2 kills. Crazy. Crazy. And the fastest is 6 minutes long. Crazy. Who would have thought? Yeah, I probably wouldn't invite me, but guess what? That's why I made the group, bitch. Like, what? Shock you. Oh, this guy's got a weird character in his name. Illidan? I'd invite you, Pyro. That would be a mistake. Beefy Glizzy. Wow. Ultima. Gamer. Mediocre dev DH. Do we bring Beefy Glizzy? $109k on Voracious. It's not bad. We'll bring him. If he does shit damage, I'll kick him. I do love a beef hot dog. Me too. Me too. I do love a good old Glizzy. Kaneki. I keep clicking the wrong fucking thing. Nope. Nope, just cancel it yourself, buddy. Is this innuendo? I don't think so. I miss the times when people would throw a joke or two while listening to at least put a smile on someone or something. Why do people think alt kills will get them an invite? Just because you did well on X class doesn't mean you know how to play Z class. Well, yeah. Deem wins. Yeah, you might think I'm being harsh by not inviting these people, but realistically, when you're doing a Zerg strat, everyone needs to do damage. So if you get people who aren't gonna do damage, that's a problem. This guy's latest kill yesterday, he only did 79k. Yikes, dude. Enigma. Oof. How can you be 290 and not do 100k? I don't understand, dude. The Sizzler. Oof. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Yeah, please cancel. Holy. Really early Bella runs were like this too. You literally couldn't kill the boss if people weren't able to do enough damage in the egg phase, yet people want to complain they get kicked or not invited. Sorry, gotta go. Also, don't join groups if you only have like 10 minutes. Just fucking idiot. Please. If this group doesn't form in 10 minutes, I'm out of here. DPS death. As death from Arcachond. Yikes. Bro has never... He's done it on his main, but his main is a fucking... is a DPS. Ah, fuck it. He can just be the suicide tank. Frost lobster. Oof. Yeah, go back to the bottom of the ocean, dude. Teal class. Ooh, that guy pumps. No! He canceled. He pumps, dude. He's a good AUG. Ten of 10 mythic CE alt. Yeah, I don't think that's true. No one who's CE says calls themselves 10 of 10. Yeah, get declined, dude. See ya. TZ Darako. Dakoro. Vicalis. Vicalas. Jesus, dude. The Lost Souls. Amon Sun. He did 130k on Chimeras, so we'll bring him. Kodras. CE main is 9 of 10 mythic. Yeah, but you're a fucking healer. I wish I had the confidence of any of these guys. We need 3 more people. Ragnarage. Here for the vibes and druid buff. Holy gamer. Holy gamer, 99 parsing Chimeras logs, rank 179. Game Midnight Falls 2, rank 83 overall feral, because there's only 100 of them playing, but hey, you know what? We take it. Snuff, snoof. Ooh, yeah, how about declined? We need 3 more DPS that aren't absolute and utter dog shit. Bale. Vash. Lack of 5% int would suck. Indeed it would. Almost as bad as that guy's logs. Loyal viewer of Stream Daddy Pyro. Let's hope your logs are decent. You have 1 Imperator Aversian kill. Last update 2 months ago. Let's see what here 289. I can see that on my screen. 291. If you don't pump, dude, this guy probably fucking pumps. If this priest out pumps you, dude. I mean, his Chimeras logs are not very good. It's kind of surprising. He has 909 mythic, but Grey parsed half the fights and only has 1 kill on Lightblind, Crown, Beleren. This guy got carried, I'm pretty sure. There's no fucking way this guy actually killed this shit. No fucking way. right? There's no fucking way. I mean, it's possible, I guess. 88k on Bellerin. How are you 289 do less DPS than a warrior that used to be in my guild at 250 with 1 button rotation? I don't know. Check when he killed. June 3rd. I mean, it was a while ago. May 14th. Maybe they are real kills. Maybe they really just only killed them one time. April 29th. All with the same guild. Maybe he's a pumper. He passed pumps, but does he crank? I don't know, Anacon. I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it's enough, man. 87k on Chimeras. When was the last time you killed this boss? At 278, April 22nd? What the fuck is going on? You better do more damage than what you did on that fucking kill. You better do more damage. We really want the mage buff, dude. Can you explain what I'm zerging? You're hitting the boss. Do I go down? No. $99 Windwalker parse. Well, it's too late, brother. You need one more? Yes. Get in here. Come. Oh wait, no, Sour's coming on his mage. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Well, actually, one of these guys is offline, so get in here. Rate Mog. 9 out of 10. Very good. 1 out of 10. Very naked. If you do damage, 10 out of 10. Tag, can you go down and just make sure that we clear the ads in the lower phase, please? Is this mythic? It's actually LFR. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I'm being a smartass. Yes, it's mythic. We're gonna send group 1 and then you. So 5 DPS. Or 4 DPS.
This one was allowed to grow for too long. The rift has formed it into something terrible. Without a goddess to shape it, it is only torment and rage. It must be stopped.
It's more DPS if you die and res. Watch these guys just argue about it. The dragon aspects were ordered, right? Yes, via the Oath Stones. Yo, Saraline, I think I already said it. Never mind, I'm a fucking idiot. Yo, what's up, Saraline? You sending that, if you do tentative damage message across, send me into a giggle loop for the last 2 minutes. I'd not expect you to actually go for it. Why not?
She forgets us all!
Us?
Feel my pain!
That is gonna be a problem.
Cursed!
How the fuck does that guy die instantly, man? Oh, I am giving people the bad. We were not even remotely close.
My prey! Take the strength! Feel my pain! Cursed!
Of course, this guy fucking DC'd.
Alone.
Dude, not having my Tilda is gonna fuck me up today, dude. It's a problem. What happened to your Tilda? I had to replace my keyboard today because my fucking main one died and it doesn't have a tilde on it. Fucking stupid.
Shiva gets us all! Hurt as I do!
I'm gonna end up returning this keyboard. Even if I liked it, I would get rid of it just because of that. I just can't play without a fucking tilde. These guys should just be doing damage. We're not dispelling. Boss is not dying fast enough. Maybe. Probably not, though. And my timer was way off. Consume. And we die. Not enough.
My prey!
I don't think enough. Maybe. Yeah, very close. Very close.
I suffer alone.
Layweaver. Everyone, tag you, Layweaver. Everyone do more damage. Yeah, this is one of the best tracks in the expansion, in my opinion. The Herondar music was very, very, very good. Some of the best music that's ever come out of WoW, in my opinion.
Cursed!
That is not a good place to do that. How the fuck is this guy dying?
Hurt as I do! Uncursed!
It's actually crazy that this strat works, by the way.
My prey!
Oh my god.
I suffer alone.
This Feral needs to stop fucking dying. Last boss of TLT's Lich King Norganon. Honestly, it could literally happen. Yes. I would not be surprised if the cycle repeated itself and the final boss of WoW was Lich King the fuck out Norganon. Not even kidding. I think that's actually extremely likely. I think it's one of the highest contenders for, like, what could be the final boss. If not, like, a dominated Azeroth or something, you know? Bro, this fucking brain-dead fucking warrior, man.
My prey! Feast!
Fuck out of here, man. I'm so close to just kicking this fucking warrior.
Hurt as I do! I suffer Alone.
We need to utterly fucking destroy the big ad. It had so much HP left that time. It's crazy.
She forgets us all. Hurt as I do. Cursed.
Yeah, if I didn't send Dezos, we don't meet the damage check down there. It's actually insane.
My prey. Feel my pain. Cursed.
I forgot to soulstone him. I just created a fucking soul well for no reason. Oh my goodness, and I should have a... Oh my god. I should have a Tyrant rotating. Dude, having my buttons in the wrong spots on my bars is really detrimental to how I'm playing right now. It is crazy. I'm missing Tyrants because they're in the wrong spot on my bars. It's crazy. I don't even know how long I sat on a Tyrant for. I think I Tyranted twice in the entire fight. It's so bad. We'll kill it this time, but holy shit, that's bad.
Silence. It ends the pain.
I rolled a 95 on the gaze.
Goddess may be able to
Give me that
shape
shit.
what forms here.
Give me that
into
shit.
What they should be.
Give me that shit.
Until then, the Shulka must protect the world from
Give
the
me
rage
that
and
shit.
sorrow. Thank you.
I think I could probably bonus roll it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, Anacon, do you need that shit? Should I sell one? Dude, they're all offering me gold for it. Holy shit, 250k? Sure. Yo, easiest 250k of my life, dude. Yeah. I come out of the raid with the trinket and 250k. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. That should not have happened. That is crazy. The disrespect. My goodness. Yo, Ultima, Lay Weaver, Dezos, thank you so much for the help. I saw you bonus roll the trinket as well, Dezos. Sithalos, thanks for the help as well. Really appreciate it, man. Anna Cotton. Thank you for helping as well, man. That's my bis right there too, dude. It's huge. It's huge.
I will do my duty.
Oh, I remember you. I think I remember your Discord profile pic. That was pure capitalist shenanigans. Yeah. I can unban you if you want. Just be nice, Lamau. Well...
Go carefully.
All right, man. Time to go up. Whoop. Yeah, you did pretty good damage on that balance druid, man. You guys are getting some solid alts. I figured it'd be better to help so this didn't run into raid time. Thanks. $291. Also, don't stop streaming for your raids. I need that shit. Yeah, well, sorry about that. That's not gonna happen. Are you banned from Twitch too? Are you banned on... No, you're not. You're not banned on Twitch, are you? Twitch or not? Oh, same name. Yo, Affabel, thank you so much for subbing for 28 months. That is quite a long time. Over 2 years there. Slinging subs to the channel. I appreciate you. Dude, literally as soon... I'm going to go and just see. I think my keyboard is packed in a box, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get to it. But man, as soon as I can fucking change this shit so I can have a tilde, I have to do it, dude. You're welcome. Thank you. And a redemption arc with a Watcher fan? What is happening? It happens. It happens. Sometimes all people got to do is mention it. Some people might think I'm holding like a long-term grudge or whatever, but that's really not the case. A lot of times when people get banned or whatever, like it's not something that I think about or like necessarily always like remember, you know? So sometimes all people got to do is mention it and they can get an unban. It's not always like a big deal, you know? 250k, dude. Easy. It's lovely to see it all said and done. It's nice to see good in the world even as a bystander. Yeah. Hell yeah. I got a new mount. Scooby-Jew is one my lord. Is that someone's name that you just saw? So I got a mount here for the ye old microphone. It's gonna make it low profile. It won't go in front of the fucking camera anymore. This is made by Fine. I've never heard of this brand, but I got it on Amazon. Monk, I think, was right next to you. Nice. Oh, got a clamp and some hardware. Here's the mount. Thanks for the jump of 47 green log to 94 purple. Needed that. Yeah, do I still have a green log on that fight? Probably. Am I still ass? It's probably a blue log now. Belundris. Don't spoil. Don't spoil. Yeah! Yeah! I should have done so much better. Okay, let's embarrass myself. I think I only demonic tyranted twice, which is yikes. It should have happened 3 times. Let's see. Pyromancer. Demonic tyrant. Don't tell my wife. Ooh, I hope this reaches far enough. Oh my god. I suppose I could always just put it closer on the desk. I only tyranted twice and I got a 70. Yo, Amisteri, thank you so much for subbing for 30 fucking months. As a tier 3, you're sick. You're sick. Does this work? I think. Hold on, I gotta disconnect my microphone, okay? Okay. Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me.
Does it sound good? I would assume it sounds good.
Now it won't be in the shot anymore. Check this out.
Oh yeah. Got a little floating microphone action, motherfucker. Suck my motherfucker. What? Oh shit. Lick my motherfucking butt.
Let there be light, and there was light, and he divided the light from the darkness. What are you doing? Let there be sound. He divided the light from the darkness. The light he called day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and morning one day. Right, so light and darkness came from the same source. Nice. Love that. Hell yeah. Light and dark were one, and then they were divided. Crazy. I love that. That's my shit right there. The main benefit of this, not only is that it won't show up on the screen, but it's also that I don't have a microphone stand in the way of the monitor anymore, which is very nice. Before, I couldn't really even see like the bottom half of my monitor because my fucking mount was in the way. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna get ready for raid, which means I'm gonna wrap up here. Thank you guys for a great stream. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Appreciate you so much, whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch. Hope you guys enjoyed the kind of little pseudo lore tours that I did earlier. Especially talking about Uldir and the Emerald Dream raid. Mir Drasil Dreams Hope. Hope you like that. Chatting about the Titans and the ordering of the Shadowlands and the Dream. Thanks for all the ways that you guys support the stream. Whether you just lurk and watch, whether you follow or chat, whether you sub or gift a sub. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to be pretty busy tomorrow. So I don't think I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow. We're going to be moving a lot of stuff into our house. We're going to have family coming over to help out. It's going to be a very busy day. So I would not anticipate a stream. We are starting to feel a little bit more like home now that we're getting some of our things in here. We have like some of our rugs down on the carpet now and stuff, so that's nice. And yeah, keep you guys updated on all that if you're curious. But thanks again for an amazing stream. Anything playing with your background? Yeah, of course. All my stuff from before. I might not put it back in the exact order that it, place that it was. What the fuck is this? You were wrong. You're wrong, Amanthul. You were never the one in control. Your benevolence towards mortals has costed us. Love that. Spoilers of TLT. Could be. Could be. Thank you guys again for an amazing stream. I appreciate y'all so much. Stay awesome, and until next time, I hope to see you all later.